What's up, GarageCon? Welcome into day one. I'm Kyle. I'm one of your hosts. With me is Pat from Cherry Capital Comic Con. He's another one of your hosts.
What's happening?
Pat, are you ready for this thing?
It feels like a true con weekend because we were up way too late at the drink and draw last night.
True, man. Like, by the time we got done with that, normally I put on TV and go to bed.
Yep.
I didn't eat. I fell asleep with the remote in my hand with my finger on the on button. Like, that's how we were up last night. But the drink and draw was a blast. Speaking of the drink and draw, if you head over to GarageCon.live, there is a link on GarageCon.live to a photo gallery on Cherry Capital Comic Con's Facebook page, where you can bid on much of the art created last night as part of the drink and draw. And all the funds that we raised from people buying the videos or buying the videos.
That's how long the debt night was.
It's true. Buying the art from that photo gallery, from that auction, all that money will go to Back to Comic, which is the comic industry response to coming back from COVID. So all the money goes to a great cause over there on GarageCon.com. There's a link. Also on GarageCon.live. I'm sorry. Also, if you go to GarageCon.live, I'm going to mess this up all day, Pat. I can just tell you. I'm too tired. But if you also over there. Huh?
Do we have a banner?
I'm going to write a post-it note and put it right here. Yes. But yeah, there are links to Cherry Capital Comic Con, Top Comics, the Nexus 419. Then there's a thing called GarageCon Links. Guys, everything that everybody talks about today that's for sale will be available on GarageCon under the GarageCon links. So I will be updating that page all day with where you can go and get everything. I forgot to click on the comments on StreamYard so that I could do things like this.
Yeah.
Hi, Crystal.
I was just letting you drive. I didn't
Hi,
want
John.
to start posting them.
Yeah, you should have, because
I was
Tara,
looking at them. I'm like, because I didn't want to like have us both clicking on comments at like boom, like super quick or something. Yeah.
Tara, this is. I have my caffeine.
Tara
Randy says there's an echo, but I don't know from what.
Yeah, I'm not sure what would be causing an echo. Yes.
Yeah, I don't see anything that would cause an echo. But we'll play with it. I don't know. Maybe it's just the room I'm in. But anyhow, so if you go to GarageCon links, right now it's Big Dog Inc., Aftershock, and SourcePoint Press. Those are our three publisher partners who will be here today. Who will be here today and tomorrow, sharing with us their wares as well. But as people come on and they share their stuff, we will be putting links to where you could PayPal them and buy their books, where you could buy their stuff on their websites, that kind of stuff, and that will keep updating all day. Other things that are on there, the art auction is there. So click on art auction. Back to Comeback, there's a link to the Back to Comeback website so that you can check out all the fine things they're doing at Back to Comeback. And the last thing is the GarageCon schedule. You guys, if you need to see the master schedule, it's right there on GarageCon.live. It's also on the Nexus 419 Facebook, the Cherry Capital Comic Con Facebook, and all of our socials, Twitter and Instagram as well, if you prefer there. But we're streaming today. If you lose the stream on any one of the feeds, go to check the Nexus 419's Facebook, check Cherry Capital Comic Con on Facebook, check the Nexus 419 on YouTube, and check GarageCon.live. What am I forgetting, Pat?
For people to have fun.
Yeah, that's true. Play along, guys. We can, as long as I remember not to click off of the comments, like, we could pop you up and we could see things like Crystal apparently broke the heart button. It's a thing.
She's cleared at least 8 dungeons in Zelda.
That is a good reference, Pat. It's early in the morning. I'm pretty tired, and Pat's coming at me with the Zelda references. So, like I said, as long as I don't forget to click on the comments, we can see all the comments when you comment. As long as you comment through Facebook or YouTube. Right now, GarageCon.com does not have a comment section.
Neither
but
does GarageCon.live.
Or GarageCon.live. Damn it! Hold on. I'm better than this. No, I'm not. All right, here's how we're going to fix this. Dot. All right, you can all see it. Yes, more info at GarageCon.live. Thank you, Pat. All right. That's going right there on my monitor where I can't help but see it. So our first guest today, we're here. This is the Saturday of GarageCon. So maybe we should go over the schedule.
Not a bad idea.
That would be helpful. So our first guests today are our friends from SourcePoint Press, Travis McIntyre and Greg Wright, who will be joining us in just about 10 minutes from now. Following them is, I don't remember. Kaylin Smith. Thank you. It's loading. The schedule is loading on my computer because I don't have it memorized. Kaylin Smith is after them at 11. Team Floppy Cop is at noon. Lunch with Team Floppy Cop. I went yesterday, Pat, and sat in a half-hour line at Kroger to get my ClickList lunch with Floppy Cop. Because I had a very specific lunch I wanted to pick up to have with those guys. And, I sat for a half hour in the ClickList line.
If people know Team Floppy Cop, they should know at least one item that's on that lunch. And if that item isn't in that lunch, you failed.
That's the only item in the lunch. It's a con, man. What do you expect? I'm gonna eat healthy?
Good point.
Following Team Floppy Cop at 1:00 is Frank Gogol, writer of Dead End Kids and No Heroin from SourcePoint Press. Corey, you could jump on. I will send you the link right now. Boom. That's how easy StreamYard is. If Corey wants to jump on, he could jump on. But, so Frank Gogol, Dead End Kids, No Heroin. Following them is, in the comments, Tara Maslowski and Stephanie Menard. Those two were very excited that we put them together. I just want to throw that out there. I was told
excuses.
Yes. They were very excited when we put them together. I was also told that I may not be able to understand a word they say because they may go into that when women talk and, it gets loud and high pitched.
And super fast. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Morning, Richard. All right. Following them, it's Garrett Gunn, writer of Franklin and Ghost and Warcorns Combat Unicorns for Hire, and several other. And he's got a new book, Spiro, coming from SourcePoint Press,
which had a super cool Kickstarter for a pin, which is amazing.
You mean?
Do you have Heartbreaker sitting there? Nice.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put it on my shirt in a minute, but
like
I also have.
It's awesome.
I also have. Let me click on the thing. Boom.
There's Spiro.
Spiro himself, yes. So that's Garrett Gunn, and then following Garrett, special guest, our only celebrity guest. And I don't really consider him is he a celebrity? Celebrity in his own mind?
Yeah. So celebrity guest.
Right. The world Verner's consumption champion. Ming Chen.
Morning, Steph.
And then following them, Bob Sally with his editor on Broken Gargoyle, Drina Joe. Broken Gargoyles. There are multiple gargoyles. Then Pat will be back. He may be back before then, but this time he's specifically back with the Get in the Game panel, which features him and Travis Bramble and Isaac Bergman and Emily Zelasco.
Oh, look.
Who?
Amanda's up.
Yeah.
Huh.
Amanda's awake now.
Feel like if she's up, like she should be in here, but you know.
She should. Tara says, "Oh no, I don't know what that means. Something
Probably,
bad is happening."
I don't know. Probably the Get in the Game panel that I'm coming back or something.
Travis is here. Yay! Should we add Travis in right now while we're just
finishing the schedule? Sure, why not?
Yes, completely off of Travis. We're already off the rails, so we figured we add you in early.
Well, you know, you're working with a bunch of people who barely know what they're doing. So
barely? I didn't think they knew it all.
What are you guys up to?
We're just running through the end of the schedule. We're just running through the end of the schedule, which is Get in the Game at 6, the Mega Panel with Casey Pierce, David Hayes, John American, Eric Gutierrez, and Dom Reggio at 7, and then Rocketing Studios closing out the night at 8 o'clock. So stay with us all day because it's going to get insane.
Going to get cray up in his eye.
But right now, we are starting up with Source Point Press. So maybe I should nudge Greg.
Greg? That's actually kind of rare.
Yeah, that's true. So, Travis, how are things? I heard you had kind of a crazy week.
Oh, yeah. It's been a crazy we got evacuated this week. Luckily, we were able to come back. Some people still haven't, which is kind of nuts. We're like we were the first house on the last street outside of like the red area of people who weren't able to come back. So if you went like a block down one way or a block the other way, it was like a lake. But we were very, very fortunate. Like minimal damage. We had a lot of water in the basement, but it wasn't a big deal. Able to get through just fine, especially compared to how some other people.
Thankfully, you're not storing all the Source Point books in the basement anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would have been actually probably an insurance claim. No, yeah, we don't store any of the source books. What's funny actually is that's where we went. Me and my family went to the Source Point offices in Saginaw and like laid out air mattresses and stuff and just like watched movies. That's where we went and stayed. It was pretty funny.
If it wasn't for the terrible scariness of all of that, that sounds like a good time.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Our offices are
Sleep
cool.
over at the comic office? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Travis is just sitting there working. Kids are scared. He's just over there.
No, my wife was working. Like she works in the energy sector and she's fairly high up. So like the power plant here it's a cogeneration plant, so it provides 13% of all the power to Michigan. And if I understand this correctly, and she can talk to it more intelligently than me, but they were going through their full shutdown procedure for like the first time in history, because if the last dam had completely broken, they were saying it was going to be between 9 and 15 more feet, and that would have put the power plant underwater.
Oh my God.
They were going through this whole shutdown procedure. So she was like, sequestered off in one corner, like talking to like engineers there and like talking to Michigan government officials because they got to reroute where power is going to go. So it was like she was having a really intense night. For me, it was like I watched Megamind with the kids, and they were, they started off they were pissed because I was like, hey, we gotta leave, we gotta go right now, and I turned off their Wii. So first it was a meltdown, and then showed up at our house like 2 minutes after that to be like, hey guys, and then they freaked out.
Why didn't you shut off the Wii sooner?
Yeah. But by the time we were out there, we were like, hey, we got some Taco Bell. It's just normal everyday stuff.
That's awesome. So let's move away from, the second coming of the Ark. That was actually my text to Pat. I go, do I need to take an Ark up and get Travis for this weekend?
Nope, I'm here.
That's awesome. So while we wait for Greg to get here, let's talk about SourceFit Press.
Okay.
Can we talk about two things I really want to talk about? One, how awesome was Free Comic Week?
It was pretty nuts.
That was amazing.
Yeah. So, for us, so Free Comic Book Day it's a big deal in the industry for a lot of reasons. But from our perspective, it's a big deal in the industry. It's one day of the year where not just us as a small publisher and not just Marvel and DC as a big publisher, anybody, but the industry as a whole has an opportunity to bring in new people to this hobby and this entertainment form that we love, right? Like it's a big thing that brings in tons of new people. And every single store out there will tell you that, like, yeah, Free Comic Book Day, I get this many hundreds of people, and most of them never come back. Some do, and so it's really key to try to hold on to the new people that come into the industry. So for us, looking at it as a smaller publisher, one of the main things that was important to us was, how do we hold on to that aspect? Is there something that we can do to try to be like, cool, can we get new people into the industry? And at the time, we had a couple of things going on in the background. One, because of the COVID and everything, we had pulled all of our product from distribution. So at that point, we had actually rented the storefront next to our offices and warehousing building, and was just full of stuff, right? It was full of boxes of games and everything else, because we do games, we do comics, we do accessories. So we had all this stuff. So we had started this big online push of crisis relief gaming bundles, and we were getting a huge influx of people. So that was originally how it came up. Is like, is there any way we can sort of thanks, Amanda. Is there any way we can kind of try to, we're getting this traffic, is there any way we can sort of put comics in front of these people who are tabletop gamers, right? We were selling, 50 to 100 a day for a while at the height of it when we were doing the bundles, because we had to blow stuff out. We didn't have space. And that was also true of comics. We just didn't have room for stuff. So we kind of went through what we thought would be attractive to people, what we thought was cool. And then Nolan Nasser is actually kind of the real, the guy who really came up with all the ideas of how we were going to do it and everything. He came up with the idea of doing it for a week and having it tiered and having it build as time went on. At the beginning, we were like, look, if we do 2,500 to 3,000 free comics, that would be really successful. And then after like the first day, we were like, maybe we'll hit 5,000. But by the end of it, we had sent out 7,000 free comics. So it was, in 5 days. So we were ecstatic. We were like, holy wow, that really worked. But I think that the exciting number is when you kind of parse all that through. 13% of that number were to people who also had tabletop games in their cart, right? So, we were that, and that was kind of our goal, is like, can we capture people who aren't comic buyers to be like, hey, check this stuff out, and maybe they become comic buyers, and that this is, in my mind, the best way for independent creators or smaller publishers or anybody to sell their books or get fans of their books is to find new readers, find new people who aren't, because I love them and the industry needs them, but the people who are super into X-Men and Batman those are the hardest get, You know, they already have a budget set aside that they're going to spend on these books, and that's that. You know, but if you find somebody who's like, they're not reading that anyway, hey, they might like this, that's a win. So, you know, we felt that we had handed out, you know, 13% of that 7,000 went to people who were game buyers. So that was, for us, that exceeded our expectations. We were thinking 5 to 10 at the very top end, you know, of getting people who come to us because of Deepwater Games, because they're a fan of Welcome To, or they're a fan of one of the other games that we publish, and they're buying, you know, the expansion bundles and things like that. They're like, oh, hey, free comics, cool, and they're filling their card up. So it went really well. It's definitely something that we're already talking about what we're going to do for next year, how we can make it a bigger thing. You know, we're talking about maybe making it so that there's I don't know. I mean, I'm open to suggestions too. We've talked about like, well, let's print 100 of some kind of high chase variant, just randomly stick them in packages, right? We've talked about, like, you know, I don't know. We're trying to come up with something cool to do with it, but it was awesome. It was awesome.
This is an excellent question.
I couldn't believe.
Hang on, he mentioned it, so let's ask the question.
Yeah.
Welcome to
Welcome
itself.
To in stock.
Welcome To itself is sold. We're sold out of it right now. I believe that it is available on Amazon from secondary sellers. We have all the expansions are in stock, and the new version, Welcome to Las Vegas, is in stock.
Isn't it New Vegas?
Yeah, Welcome to Las Vegas. Yeah, and many people consider that actually superior to Welcome To. If you like that type of game. For me personally, I haven't played it a ton, but I still like the original Welcome To better. But that one is available, and Welcome To is coming back. It is on the way.
It's a phenomenal game because it's so easy to pick up. Like it's the mechanics are simple, but
the mechanics are simple. The strategy can get very deep.
Mm-hmm.
You can play it by yourself. You can play it with 100 people. You can play it with 1,000 people. You can put it up on a screen. I mean, it's in terms of like from a business owner standpoint, it's awesome. You know, like I can get into conventions and be like, hey, look at all the cool stuff we can do. I can be like, oh, listen to this guy. Well, you know what? I like pineapples. That's fine.
I love what I've loved so much about Welcome To. You know, we've kind of veered off comics, but you know, for those that don't know, because we didn't really talk about it, in addition to Source Point Press, Source Point's under an umbrella now because they've done such a great job of diversifying and doing amazing things. They're under Oxeye Media, which is Source Point Press. It's Deepwater Games and it's N3 Art. And N3's Nolan, a lot driven by Nolan. That's a bunch of his mats and accessories and stuff like that, right?
Yep. Yeah. So it's play mats. It started out as mouse pads, and then it was play mats. Now it's desk mats, and we have a whole bunch of lines. There's book bags. There's all kinds of stuff. So the N3 Art Design is sort of that's like an artist collective type of thing. So essentially, like, we've gotten very good at manufacturing, right? Manufacturing logistics. We own our own warehouse. We have our own warehouse shipping employees. We can just, like, it enables you to do a bunch of stuff. Right? And so N3 kind of turned into just like, we have ideas about like taking a comic property into something else, taking a game property into something else. That became a place for us to put that and kind of use our shipping and manufacturing and marketing expertise to make it happen. Anyway, so like Welcome To, what's awesome about Welcome To from a business owner standpoint is that, you know, I can show up at a convention or anything and be like, I mean, we've gotten, I mean, it got canceled this year, but like Book Expo was going to in New York, you know, wanted to do a big event with it and, you know, try to break the record of what the Gen Con set for most people playing it at a time, because anybody can play. You just need a projector screen and you put up what the cards are and everybody plays. And it's so marketable in that way. Yeah.
Hold on. I have to call out Amanda for trying to interview you from afar without reading the scroller at the bottom of the screen.
Actually,
oximedia.com into like our main like umbrella store, and then from there you can go, or if you go to sourcepointpress.com or n3art.com or any of those things, it will ultimately you'll end up there if you're like, I want to buy something. But oximedia.com will take you to sort of like the overarching umbrella store, and then you can kind of go into whatever brand or product you're interested in.
So let's get back to the comics, because I want to talk more about Welcome To, but my copy hasn't shown up yet because it's been sold out for so long, and I'm not going to order it from Amazon. So, but so I don't have the experience I want to be able to talk about it. So let's get back to the comics. SourcePoint in the last, I'm going to give it credit for 5 yees. Only because I'm trying to remember the first time I met you, Travis.
Probably a convention.
Yeah, but I probably blacked out that day, so my memory is not what it should be.
I don't blame you. That's an appropriate response to meeting me.
I blacked out the first time I met Travis.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What was it?
I don't know. I think you slipped me something.
Yeah. So, but SourcePoint is at every convention I go to.
Yeah, that was kind of our shtick for a long time. That's how we built the company, and that's our whole thing. Like, just hustle harder. Like we treated it like a band. We're on tour. No one is going to love our stuff like we love our stuff, and putting paper in people's hands. That's how we started getting our distribution before we had distribution, was by like physically going into a city, going to that show, and then going to talk to store owners who were either at the show or going to their shops on that weekend. So yeah, that was sort of our that was how we built the business. Essentially, was just like person to person, fan by fan, reader by reader, one at a time, like talking to people. And I think that has served us well still to this day. So we still, not right now, obviously, but we still are very convention active and very convention heavy. And I don't think that that's going to change when things kind of return back to normal, which they'll do. I think that that's going to remain a key part of who we are. It's, it's part of our DNA. And honestly, one of the main things about SourcePoint is that it's we want to try to bring new stuff to the comic world, and new creators and new styles, and take chances. And if you are only distributing through Diamond or something like that, and that's your whole business, I think that it gets very difficult to get too experimental with stuff. It gets very difficult to take too many chances sometimes, because you're only ever going to get so much. But with us, it's a lot different, because the shelf life for a comic at SourcePoint is a lot longer, than just like, oh, we just pre Diamond, so you have your 4 weeks of pre-orders and you have your 2 weeks that it sits on the shelf, and that's it. We'll push a book for a year and a half, because it'll get in Diamond, it'll go through our distribution, it'll go to every show, it'll travel all over the country, it'll be wherever the creator can be, and they'll push it and push it and push it and talk to people about it. And we've been able to kind of like the best example I can think of is Casey Pierce, right? So like the Nora comic, for instance, is certainly a comic that is not for everybody. The story is essentially told in reverse. It's all painted, and the art style turns some people off. And it was distributed through Diamond, and it did fine. But certainly when it comes to like each issue selling thousands of copies and it doing well, that was not just an issue of like traditional distribution, traditional stores. That's from touring for 2 years. That's from a Kickstarter that was involved in there, and all these different things to like make that title grow and grow and grow.
Right.
Far
You can't
beyond,
miss
like,
how
what
hard.
you normally get.
Right. You can't miss how hard Casey works at shows. I mean, it's still weird when I go by the booth and Casey's not standing on a chair.
I try to get her back on that chair every time. She's getting old, you know.
She's too busy looking for microphone stands.
Yeah, she's just she's falling apart at this point.
Well, or the structural integrity of the chair has been compromised by our friend David. Like, and I can say that because recently we've started sharing pictures of the chairs we've destroyed to each other.
Oh no!
Because since the lockdown has happened, I've had to invest in chairs for this area because I keep breaking them.
Oh no!
So,
I mean,
yeah,
almost gotten thrown out of every con on the planet for breaking their chairs.
Dave has, he's a big lad. He has a lot of gravity around him. Yeah, he does.
So we'll talk to Dave about that later when he's on. So let's get back to Source Point.
Honestly, that's something you should talk to about them, is the idea of like how much longer of a life a comic book has. I think that's like sort of key to our whole business model. And when I try to explain it to like a creator who their experience is only like a big publisher or whatever, it's so foreign to what they're doing, because I can be like, yeah, we're going to do this book and it might move 400 units in Diamond, but I don't care, right? I'm still going to print it in the thousands because I'm going to move it, like it's going to happen. We're going to try harder to find that audience for where we think this goes. It's a key component to anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I broke one live on Zoom one night. It was great. But that was, so when all this went down, Source Point was really kind of leading the charge in helping local comic book stores. You were doing the big discount on the website with 30% off, and then you were letting people tell you what store they normally go to.
Yep, and then we were putting 25% of the total sale. We were PayPaling to the stores. We're still doing that, actually. That's still a thing. If you buy,
that's still a thing.
In the note, your store, even just the name and state that it's in, we can find it. But if you make it as easy on me as possible, if you put an email in there, that's super helpful. Contact information, the name of the guy who owns the store, anything that helps me reach out to them to find them, because some of them, they'll be like, yeah, this is the name of my store, and there's 8 stores with that name,
right.
8 different states. So it can be difficult. But yeah, we're still doing that, and it did really well, and essentially for us, we're looking at it in the same way as we would if this store sold our off their shelves, we're making the exact same amount of money, and the store's making the exact same amount of profit. So it just seemed like a good thing to do. And honestly, we probably made, not to kind of pull the curtain back and reveal too much secret sauce, but because of that program, we probably made more money from retailers buying stuff from us than we paid out by a lot. So, we want to support retailers, number one, and support the industry, above anything, but it ended up being like a very useful marketing tool, because that month, April ended up being and we've always done well with our direct to retail program, but that month, April, was the largest in the history of the company. We've never sold more product direct to retails than in the month of April. Which kind of, I think, goes to show 2 things. One, many comic book store owners were not prepared to go quietly into that dark night. Many of them were going to fight till the last to keep their stores open, whatever that took, whether that was doing Facebook auctions or calling their customers or doing delivery or doing curbside service or whatever it was, going to give up without a serious effort. So, yeah, that was a great program, and it's continuing to this day. We're still doing that.
I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Oh,
I know a lot of my friends who own stores who had been hesitant to order SourcePoint books, and who I had been, for lack of a better term, bitching and moaning at about why aren't you ordering these books for years.
I like that. That's what I want.
They started seeing that people were buying these books, and they were getting a little something from you guys, and now they're coming back. They're stocking the book.
Well, that definitely was certainly a thing. We also did we did a thing where we sent out packs of trades for free, totally for free, to 200 stores. That was cool. What we had is, so me, Devin Fother, Frank Gogol, Frank's in-laws, and Billy Bob Thornton each donated, because we did the book with Billy, so we've had a good relationship with him for a couple of years now. So each one of us donated money of our own money to cover all the shipping charges for that. So we did 200 different stores got requested between 1 and 3 copies each. I think it was 5 different trades. So we sent those out for free, and I've gotten like a ton of really cool messages. Like, we sent them out just to be like, hey, here's some free stuff. This, you can sell this, you can stick it on a website, put it on your shelves, whatever you want to do. And most people ended up giving, at least from what I've heard, most of the stores ended up using them as like prizes, or using them to then turn around and market something else, which is doubly great for us, because that's just more exposure for our stuff. If that's the thing that they're talking about giving away, then that's awesome. So that worked out really well.
Yeah, SourcePoint, like I said, has been leading the charge in keeping LCSs around, and that just to me is a huge thing. And since our charity partner is back, the comeback this weekend, I thought that was a good tie-in, and I wanted to thank you for kind of leading that charge.
Yeah, no problem. We're happy to. SourcePoint wouldn't exist without the partnership of many stores early on that took a chance on us before we were in Diamond or before we were any of that stuff. And the same thing with many convention promoters, like Pat and the C4 guys, and like Miriam at Motor City, and many others that were kind of recognized that we really tried, and we really put a lot of effort in what we were doing. And even before we were anything, starting to grow in the industry, they were giving us, they were getting behind us and helping us push stuff and helping us do things. So, if we can ever be in a position to where we can kind of pay that forward or pay it back, then we're happy to do that.
So let's talk about the future. When things get back to being what they are,
before we go to the future, why don't we start at the past a little bit? Because SourcePoint's had we've talked a little bit about how they've grown, but what we haven't talked about is the fact that you guys started out as a horror and noir publisher. That was your bread and butter. That was pretty much where you were going to be at. And what was it always in the cards to continue to expand genres, or did that just kind of happen organically because of people coming to you, or you finding people, or how did those genres kind of evolve at SourcePoint?
Yeah, so if you go back to kind of the very beginning, you go back to Trico and Josh, and it was very much the company didn't exist in a legal way. It was sort of, it was just a logo that they were using to put out the stuff that they liked, which was noir, pulp, horror-based stuff like that. And then I was at the same time doing the Michigan Comics Collective stuff, which was a group of creators on the east side of the state, and we were doing a charity anthology. So I met Josh through that, and then I got to know what they were doing, became friends with those guys, and about a year later, joined the company and started building it. But yeah, even at first, we were very much like, look, this is what we're going to do. This is what, I'm a fan of that stuff, and Josh is a huge fan of that stuff, and Trico was a huge fan of that stuff. And so that was what we felt like made sense. Also, from a long-term planning perspective, the way we looked at it is, I don't want to get in the ring and fight with Marvel and DC over our water-based superhero versus Aquaman and Submariner. Like, I'm not going to fight that battle because they're already paying the best in the business to do that. But I might be willing to wrestle with Dark Horse for a handful of those mystery noir readers who are checking out the 6-issue miniseries Baltimore, or something like that. Like, I might be willing to fight that battle. And so from just a business perspective, it made sense to kind of limit, this is what we do. This is where we live. This is where we're going to compete. And then, and really that didn't start to change until Greg Wright came along. So when Greg Wright came along and brought Monstrous, that was the first time that we were finding that we had more money in the account at the end of each month than at the beginning of each month, right? Because of two things. One, people were really responding to the book, and two, Greg is very good at selling the book. So that was sort of a, that kind of took it from, Monstrous definitely fits into that thing, but it isn't like a hardcore horror thing, and it's not noir really. It's really like madcap comedy when you really get into it. It has horror elements, but it's really madcap kind of comedy. And it was doing very well. And because of that book started to earn money, we were then able to start kind of investing into other things. And so that gave us, The Rot, which was hardcore horror, and Nora, which was sort of hardcore sci-fi, and we could invest in these books. And that, of course, we had Casey, and then we had Dave, and now we kind of have this like core team of hardcore people who are going to go out there and earn. And then kind of once we had that engine built, then we were able to start gluing more and more things on to it. So a couple of years go by, and pretty soon we've developed where we have a footprint in the industry. We have a measurable percentage of readership. So at that point, we start kind of like poking a little bit into like genres that we hadn't messed around with before, but trying to do them in a way that is putting a little bit of a twist on them, I guess. Also a big part of it was partnering with Andy Schmidt, who's was a well-known Marvel editor for a long time in the mid-2000s. He now runs a group called Comics Experience, which takes in submissions and helps get people's first thing, and we're the publishing arm of that. And so he was sending us so much stuff that was so good, but it had a huge range of different types of things. So that sort of forced us to expand. That's not to say that we haven't, fallen on our face a little bit. I think if you take a book like Floppy Cop is a good example. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that specifically, but it's a really good book. The art is great. Seth is one of my favorite artists, Seth DeMoose, and Jay Fosgett did the covers, and they're okay. They're okay. Yeah, they're questionable at best. But that book it's a really good book. It's really funny, it's really smart. And we're going to do more of them. And I think we learned a lot going through the first one, but that book, was very far outside of our wheelhouse of things we know how to sell, and we know how to find this audience, and we know how to reach this audience. We know how to get them to open their wallets for this product. That book was just weird. It lived outside of that. It kind of looked like it might be for kids, but it wasn't. And it was, and it did not do as well as we hoped it would. Now it's starting to pick up now because people are discovering it. So we have had hiccups in our plan as we're expanding into new genres and whatnot. But it's a learning process, and what tends to happen is if your single issues don't do well, you always have that trade, after the fact where that, and that's what's happening with Floppy Cop. But it's a great book. It's a wonderful book. We didn't quite realize how to find the audience for it at the time. So we got to try different things.
What project that you're looking forward? Wow. Let me start over.
No. Let's agree with this comment. Yes, fire the writer of Floppy Cop.
Yeah, well, that's the big problem right there.
It's all the writing's the whole problem.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No. So as we look forward, what is in the pipeline at SourcePoint that people should be watching for as things return to normal, as printing picks up, as distribution picks back up?
So we probably right now, this second, there are two books that are getting a lot of attention. Broken Gargoyles by Bob Sally and No Heroine by Frank Ogle are both.
Both of them are on later.
Well, both of those books are, our direct pre-orders are very heavy. I'm almost certain that because we'd already set. So we wanted to be able to help our printer stay in business. So we've been printing this whole time, right? We never stopped printing, even though diamond POs and stuff weren't coming in. We were still like, okay, we're going to set aside money and we're going to still print, but we were printing much lower numbers. But it was like, look, we're going to help you guys stay alive. We're going to have books come in. So those books, I'm very confident that the first print runs of those books are probably underprinted. So those two in particular are getting a lot of speculator type of attention, and they're really good books. The art's great in both. So those two are two that are they're physically coming out very soon, that I'm excited about. Going a little bit further into the future, probably the book I'm most excited about coming out is called Bug Bites, and it's written and done by Corinne Roberts. It is so. If you don't know Corinne, she's a watercolorist. She's done some comic work, like she's worked with Comfort and Adam a little bit here and there, doing stuff like that. But her work is great. It's like the perfect mix of cute and creepy. It feels like Tim Burton to me. And I wanted to do something with her for a long time. And then her and I did a haunted house short at one point that was, then I didn't have time to finish it, but we did a short that we'll release at some point. And it was so good. So I was asking her to come up with some kind of weird idea to do a 3-issue miniseries around. And so eventually she brought me Bug Bites. And then she came up to my house. She stayed here for a weekend with the family, and we went through all of her script and all of her sketchbooks and kind of like hammered together what this thing was going to look like. And now it's done, and it's so weird and awesome. It's a town, and children are going missing in the town, and there's a little girl who just moved there, so it's kind of like a standard setup, right? And her best friend goes missing, and she ends up finding this recipe book that her grandmother had left her, which has clues in it, which leads her to this tree, which leads her to go underground, which leads her to find this city of bugs that have an annual celebration where they have a cooking show, and the secret ingredient is children, and so that's why they've been stealing children to be the secret ingredient. And it's bizarre. It's so weird and awesome. So that's right now, that's probably the book that's kind of in the future that I'm extremely excited about, that I think has potential to be something very different and hopefully capture the attention of people who are not normally comic readers.
So we have a question from Amani Latif, who will be joining us tomorrow. Amani is an independent creator here in Toledo. How do you find your audience for a book? What's your process look like?
Yeah, so I mean that's a very, very challenging thing. So honestly, the first thing I do, if a creator comes to me and I don't know them and they've given me something, and let's assume that the pitch that they've shown me is something that is moderately interesting, right? Let's say that, like, I'm digging this idea. The art that you have here looks pretty good. I think this is interesting. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start looking at their social media pages, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever they're on. I'm going to start looking at it, and I don't care. Like, if you have 30,000 followers or 30 followers, I don't really care about that. I don't care how big your footprint is now. What I care about is, are you engaging with the people who are engaging with you, right? Like, what I care about is engagement. Like, are you talking about the work you're trying to do, and are you getting people interested in the work you're trying to do? Because no one is ever going to be able to sell an indie book better than the person who made that book. So the first thing I try to do is figure out, how is this person selling the stuff they're already making to their fan base? Even if we're not talking about a monetary transaction, how is this person selling their stuff to their friends, right? How do they talk about their stuff to their friends? Are they engaging with people about the work they're doing? Are they posting a picture of, like, hey, here's a new piece of art that I'm doing? And are they finding, when people comment on it, are they engaging with those people and trying to figure that out? So that's the first thing I'm going to do, is I'm going to try to figure out what you're already doing that's working, what you're already doing that isn't working. And then from there, it really comes down to market analytics. So now you're talking about us taking an email list so we have an enormous list of emails, right? That we've built up over the years. And those are they're all in, like our web store based on, like, who bought what, right? And so then we can kind of go through and create. So then you can go. So for instance, this is just like one small example, but then you can go into, like, Facebook marketing, and you can take this list of people and be like, this list of people has these attributes, right? And they buy these types of things, right? And then Facebook will then comb through all their profiles, and they'll create a lookalike list, right? Now, you won't get those names or anything like that, because that would be illegal. But Facebook will create a lookalike list of those people who you don't know and have never heard of you. And then they'll start putting ads in front of those people's eyeballs, right? So then that's kind of how you start building a thing. So first I try to figure out, like, who's interested in this now, and how are you marketing to your friends? And then I figure out, like, okay, how does this thing live in our world? Like, do we have customers who are already buying this? If so, what do they look like? Cool. Now I'm going to put some money behind it and figure out, like, okay, how do I bring in more people who are like this, or more people who are like this part of the people who are buying stuff we already have? So that's sort of how we do it. And if it's something completely new to us, like Floppy Cop was, then, we'll try to guess, and we'll try to figure things out, and, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't, but we'll adjust as we go. We'll make changes. We'll try to figure it out. But if you're an independent creator and you're just trying to figure out, like, how do I get my first thing out there? How do I sell my first 100 books? Start with the people start with the 30 people that are close to you that you think are interested in what you're doing, and just make your thing and give it to them, and get feedback and start interacting with them online so that other people see that interaction happening, like that, like, success breeds success. So as long as you can, if you can get people talking to you about what you're doing, then other people are going to start seeing it, and you're going to start taking advantage of, like, social media algorithms to be like, hey, a bunch of people are talking about this. Let's show it to more people if they're interested. You know, a lot of these platforms will do the work for you, honestly, if you just spend some time trying to figure out how to like manipulate them.
So let's first of all, Team Floppy Cop seems very excited for Bug Bites. Just throwing it out there. Both Seth and Dan are talking about it in the comments. Yeah, and John Leopold said you spoiled it.
Well, yeah, maybe a little bit. There's plenty more in there. It's bonkers.
Oh yeah, no, it's from Corinne. It's definitely.
I'm super excited for Bug Bites. I'm probably jumping backwards because I walked away for a minute, but as soon as I saw that go up on the pre-orders list, I'm like, click.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I promise to be irresponsible with that money specifically.
I don't know if you've mentioned it yet, but one of the books that it's just coming, it's in the process of releasing right now, is Skylin.
Skylin, yeah. So Skylin was sort of our big. That's a new thing for us. So that is our attempt to stretch out a little bit more. Skylin is geared towards the early teen, preteen to mid-teens female reader, which is the fastest growing demographic in comics. But Skylin actually got pitched to us several years ago, and we ended up signing a different project from that creative team. And then through a kind of a weird series of events, this is like 3.5 years ago. That original project fell apart because there was the artists left the job. I don't remember exactly what the details were, but the original project fell apart. And then they returned to Skylin. And when they kind of returned to Skylin and started talking to me about it again, SourcePoint had then grown to the point where it was like, well, maybe we could make this work. So what we did with Skylin is, every retailer that ordered one copy got 4 more copies for free. So the idea there was we're hoping that retailers kind of help us find the audience for that. It's another marketing, trying to figure out how do we find this audience? How do we find them? So we thought, well, nobody knows their customers like the retailers do. Maybe, if they buy one and they have 5 in their hand, maybe they know 4 other people who might like this. So that was kind of how we started with that. Unfortunately, the COVID thing really threw a wrench into the plans, and what's probably going to happen is now issues 2 and 3, which have already been printed, are likely going to end up being short printed, at least for the first prints, which can be good and can be bad. I don't know. But I'm excited to see how it ultimately does when people actually start getting it and start reading it. I think it's a really cool book. It's got kind of an Avatar, The Last Airbender, or Korra like vibe to it. The art I think is really good. I'm excited to see how people react to it. I think, and if we can get kind of that readership, I think we have other books down the line that will appeal to that readership.
I will say I read it. I enjoyed it even as an adult. I thought it was a well-crafted book, and even not being my target audience, but I wanted to read it before I gave it to my 9-year-old. Okay.
Did you find the 9-year-old appropriate?
Yeah, I felt it was very appropriate for a 9-year-old. I would. I had no problem with it. I didn't see anything. Maybe there's something down the line that's a little more risque, but I kind of knew it was already intended to be more of a not quite all ages book, but skewed a little younger. It's a little. It's the themes are a little more take a little more comprehension, but
yeah, it's definitely not meant for like a 6 or 7-year-old.
Right.
We want somebody who's between like the 3rd and 9th grade, probably. This would appeal to. So you gave it to your 9-year-old, or was she just like blah?
No. My 9-year-old got to the last page and goes, "That's it? There's no more?"
Well, that's the nature of comics, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually working as intended.
Exactly. That's my thing is that she was so excited for it. She read it through it, and she's just like, "When do I get more?"
Yeah.
Like, so.
Well, remember we were, before C4 got canceled, we were talking about doing a free Skyland handout.
Yeah, and I think I think getting that in front of middle school, finding some middle schools that would take a presentation on that or something, and that just feels like a book that you get it in the kids' hands that want to do it. They're just gonna. I know there's no middle schools to present to, but
not right now. But so what will ultimately happen? What will ultimately happen with Skyland is that the 4 issues will come out, and then we'll do a normal trade paperback through comic stores and all that, and then we will then also do a smaller sized version. We'll do a manga sized release of it. We will gear that towards the bookstore market. So that's sort of like, are you familiar with a comic called Amulet?
no.
Yes.
Amulet would be like the perfect. Now, Amulet also was published by Graphics, which is Scholastic. So, you're already starting at the very top of that mountain, right? Like Scholastic owns that market. They've got the book fairs in schools. They are the undisputed heavyweight champs of the world of that market. But the book Amulet would be like the perfect example of what I would like Skyland to sort of aspire to, like that size book, that size shelf presence at a Barnes and Noble or Books A Million type of situation, and a very similar audience. Amulet kind of tries to hit a very similar audience of what we're trying to hit, and it's really good. You should check it out. If you're not familiar with it, you should, and you have kids. I mean, my 7-year-old read it, and
so. Generic questions here in the last few minutes. Travis, how did you come to be in comics?
Well, I was a fan for my whole life, really. So in a way, like a lot of that stems from being a fan. I did not. I also, it was something that really start happening for me probably until after my first son was born. So maybe a little bit before. No, it was probably a little bit before then. So I don't know, 29 or 30. It was right around the time when I got married. I already had a career. I was doing well in it. But I'd originally gone to college for creative writing, and indeed I do have a degree in that and in composition. But my career was in science, which is a great place to have a career in, and I recommend it. So, but I never really, I felt like I never really tried, right? Like I never tried to be a writer. It was always just like, oh, this is kind of a hobby, right? So I started trying to write a little bit, and I started to kind of get to know people in my region in terms of, people who are already kind of working in comics a little bit. And I realized really quickly on that, like, my skill at like organization was something that could be really useful here. And so that's kind of how I got started with it, in terms of like publishing and putting out and actually making stuff. Gary Reed, of course, and he took a book of mine to publish at Caliber, which was a really big deal for me, because if you go back to the early 90s, when I was buying a lot of comics, Caliber was a really big deal at the time, with the Crow and things like that. So, and then I kind of, Gary sort of became like a mentor to me and was, kind of teaching what was wrong with comics, or not so much what was wrong with comics, what was wrong with like a lot of the publishing models that were happening at the time. So that was starting to really affect me. So there's things coming to a head, like one, I'd had a book come out. It didn't really do well. I kind of discovered that I was mediocre. Like I was a publishable writer, but I wasn't great, right? I was never going to write this great thing. But I was really good at project managing, and I was really good at editing, right? My brain started to shift into like, okay, this I feel like I'm really good at. Like I can really do that, and I'm very organized. I'm very driven, and I'm very, you can give me a giant, huge project, and I'll be like, cool. I'll divide it into a million pieces and be like, here's the first one. I'm gonna do it in the next 10 minutes, and I'm gonna do the next one 5 minutes after that, and pretty soon, like I'll have just started to do a thing, right? So I'm really good at thinking in that way, and I think a lot of people maybe aren't. So I started to kind of shift my focus onto like things I felt like I was really good at, shifted away from trying to be a creator under my own power as much. And then of course in the meantime I'd met Josh, I'd met Trico, I had all this stuff, and then my first son was born, and this was really like the crux. Everything changed for me in terms of like, oh, I'm gonna just do this, and it was because like. So it was this long, arduous labor. It ended up being an emergency C-section, and I'm standing there, and I watch the whole thing, and they pull the baby out, and I'm just sort of like, the whole thing is just sort of like a big shell shock, right? Just like, holy shit, this is crazy, what's going on. I remember thinking, like, the first thing I remember thinking is like, I'm so glad that I'm not on mushrooms or anything right now, because this would be too much. So, they take the baby and they put him underneath the lights, and they clean him off, and the nurse calls me over, and I like put my hand out, and he reaches up and squeezes my pinky, and like in that moment I had like this incredible moment of clarity. And I think for me it was different from a lot of people, because I've always suffered from like a depression and anxiety and things like this, that I think really kind of like really slowed me down and really made me like take the path of least resistance, or not so much the path of least resistance, but certainly the path of least fear. And so I think when a lot of people have a child, the thing that they do is they sort of get very, they get crushed by like, oh, the responsibility of it all. And for me, it was like the opposite. It was like all of a sudden, for the first time in my life, if you dig down deep enough and I get honest enough, for the very first time in my life, I was the most important thing in my life. This thing was now the most important thing in my life. And that was so freeing, because then I was like, oh, all I have to do is make sure that this thing is fed and healthy and alive. Well, that's easy. I can do that. And what I'm doing doesn't matter. Who cares whether I succeed or fail or do this, or I work at, I unload trucks, or I'm a research scientist, or whatever I am. And I found it, for me, it was like almost a huge wave of relief of like, man, I don't matter that much. And so like that's really when it started, when I was like, cool. I had a huge collection of Silver Age Marvel. That was kind of my big thing. I started selling all those books, getting rid of all that stuff and just like getting cash in so that we could start to grow SourcePoint, and do stuff, because I was like, this is I'm going to take my shot now, because life is much simpler than I thought it was, right? It's very, very simple. Like the thing you really need to do is down to 3 very easy things to accomplish. So that was when it like really turned into like full tilt. Like, all right, I'm going to try, and I want to make this thing happen, and we're going to push on it hard. And then from there, it's just gone to like, I mean, there's certainly been mishaps and missteps, and there's been steps in the wrong direction. But for the most part, it has continued to chug further and further along. And now, now it's my full-time job, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. That at 33 years old, I had a successful career, and I was just like, I just had my first kid. It's probably time to shake it up. But that's really how it happened. That's kind of the truth.
Wow. So, yeah, it's we're running out of time here. We have Kaylin Smith coming up next, whom you've worked with.
Yeah, she's great.
Do you have any questions that I should ask Kaylin Smith? Because usually, just as a preposition, normally when I ask Travis, what should I ask somebody, he gives me something really great to ask them.
Jeez.
I think Josh Warner, when I interviewed him, laughed for 5 minutes at Travis's question. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah, about his car blowing up.
You should. Well, I'm torn between asking her something along the lines of like, what's the future plans for goodness sake? Because that's her newest book.
Which is so incredible.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. It's really good. Man, I don't know. I think that what's interesting about Kaylin is that she is in a very rare group of female creators who are like completely exist under their own power. So there's a couple of others that are like her, like Spike at Iron Circus Comics out of Chicago, and things like that, where they've been able to use crowdfunding and build their own fan base and web comics, and are completely they're completely able to kind of write their own check as it is. And I don't know, I'm trying to think, because I don't want to disrespect anybody, but I think that this generation of creators is the first time that there's been women who have been able to do that. Again, I'm sure that there's someone I'm missing and that I'm not thinking of, but so she's part of sort of like an inaugural group of like a new type of creator. So I think that's a very interesting thing.
Well, it's also completely unfair that she's an incredible artist and an amazing writer at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's always there are a lot of writers out there who find it very irritating when artists want to be the writer on their own stuff. So I'm sure that Kaylin gets to hear that a lot.
All right. Where can people find you, SourcePoint, all that kind of stuff on the socials, on the interwebs?
Yeah, SourcePoint is just SourcePoint is SourcePoint Press everywhere except Twitter, where it's Source PT Press. Easy to find. Travis McIntyre. I'm Travis the Beard on Instagram, but that's mostly pictures of my kids. But if you're interested in that, feel free. I am at T McIntyre1 on Twitter. I'm me on Facebook. Easy to find.
And then SourcePoint.press, SourcePointPress.com, OxeyeMedia.com.
Yep, OxeyeMedia.com. That'll get you to all of our stores and kind of an overview of what we do and sort of how.
So all the things from that website.
Yes. Well,
yeah, buy some stuff from that website.
Absolutely. I'm very excited. During Free Comic Week, I placed a financially irresponsible amount of pre-orders for stuff, which makes me happy. Because I was doing it when I was, long story, but I'm very excited for when all the things come in. I ordered multiple copies of several things so I can hand them to my friends and be like,
That's
here,
great.
have this book. You get to keep it.
That's exactly what we want. Thank you for doing that.
I may or may not have ordered like everything from the May pre-order list because it all looks so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's we really do have a really good lineup of stuff. There's one book on that list though. Hollow. Did you order Hollow?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think I might have missed that one or skipped it.
All right. Well, don't give that one to your kids in particular. That's the opposite of that. It's like it's a retelling of the Sleepy Hollow myth, but like made way over the top. It's awesome, but it's our most mature horror title we've ever done by far.
Oh.
All right. So I'm going to bring in our next guest. Travis, you're welcome to hang out if you want to talk to these fine people. But here's Amanda, and here's Kaylin Smith and her cat.
Yeah, sorry, we have a show bomber here.
I don't think anyone's going to complain about seeing it.
Nope. But thank you, Travis, for being here. It's been
no problem.
Amazing.
Was I still the first one? Because that's what's important.
Yes, you were.
Yes, you were.
Excellent. All right. Well,
You got to start off with the big cheese.
Yeah, you got to start off with the head.
Big cheese is a red bearded devil.
Hey, and Travis, thank you for all the kind words.
you're welcome. I was
I was-
trying to think of something clever.
The pressure was on.
Ask you, but like I couldn't think of anything clever, so I thought like, well, I'll just go with sincere, which sucks.
I know it was really weird hearing it from you.
Yeah, it's not usually in my wheelhouse. Usually, I
Yeah.
try to be like, because as you know, I mean, no one hates writers and artists more than me.
Right, I know.
Like, I mean, brass tacks when it comes down to it. Like these people are scum. And, but it is what it is. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it. And I'm gonna go. I'm supposed to be watching the children, and I don't know what they're doing.
Awfully quiet.
Yeah, it is awfully quiet. But I'll be back around to watch what's going on.
All right,
I
I'm
think-
going to step away and let the ladies hang out because, caffeine queens and stuff.
All right, thanks a lot, you guys. Good to see
Bye,
you.
Trav.
See ya.
All right.
Well,
I will
hi.
talk to you guys later. I will be back on the stream in a little while.
See you, Pat.
Bye. Hello.
Right. Hello. What's up?
Just coffee.
Yeah.
Talking to you fine
Don't
folks.
start with the coffee stuff, okay?
I'm not.
This is,
I put that behind me.
we are monster drinkers here.
Okay. Well, this is Monster.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna assume it's Jameson.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
I can't hear you, Amanda.
Amanda, your audio is not coming through.
And I'm losing my voice for some reason, even though I haven't really used it in like weeks.
That's strange.
I know.
So let's start with this. Let's start at the very beginning, which is actually the newest thing.
Hello?
For goodness
Can you
sake.
hear me now?
Yes. You're kind of quiet.
We can hear you, but it's very quiet.
Wow, that's really odd.
Oh,
Now
there you
it's
go.
better.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it better now? Here, let me move my mic up.
Yeah, I think you just need to adjust that. Yeah.
We can do that.
So for goodness sakes, just came out. I just got my copy. Some other people have had theirs for a while.
Yeah, it's been.
You did an awesome commission for me.
You said dealer's choice.
I did. I not even angry.
Yeah.
I was with him when he opened that commission,
Yeah.
and I was in the other room, and I could hear him just be like, "Oh my god, that's so cool!" He was stoked. So
Phew.
good
So,
job, my friend.
I'm sorry. I got a weird message. Anyhow, so let me ask this question. Give me the elevator pitch for goodness sake.
So it is another cursed boy. If you're familiar with Plume, you know that I have a type. So this hippie in a school bus, a renovated school bus, runs into this man who's cursed. Every time he does something good, he goes human. Every time he does something bad, he goes demonic. So it's kind of trying to find that balance between good and evil because when he's human, he's all weak and miserable. So we're trying to find that balance between good and evil to help people out. Sorry, my cat's going to be a pest.
No worries, mine will probably show up here soon.
Yes, Amanda's cat will walk across her keyboard, take the whole thing offline. It's going to happen.
Yeah, they're just jerks.
Little gremlins.
Yeah.
So, now that you've given the elevator pitch, and this is the important thing, where can people buy it right now if they want to jump on right now and buy it?
KaylinSmith.net. I've got a shop link, and you can buy it there. You can buy it in digital form and in actual physical form.
KaylinSmith.net.
.net. And I had .com. I don't know what happened to it. I couldn't link it, so it was gone.
Well, if you decide to get it back, I've learned enough about web design this week, trying to build a GarageCon.live webpage, that I'm sure I can help you.
Okay.
I'm going to leave you and Amanda to do this.
No,
Okay.
don't do that.
Huh?
I haven't had any caffeine yet this morning. Don't do that.
Oh.
Well, then let's start with this. Kaylin, how did you come to be in comics?
It was kind of a roundabout way. I I went to school for animation. I was one of those kids that like watched Disney movies nonstop growing up, Disney and Don Bluth. And I wanted to be a Disney animator and went to school for animation. My college at the time didn't have a graphic novel major until after I graduated. It was like literally a year after I graduated. So that was nice. So when I was done with schooling, I started putting a portfolio together, and that's when I started Plume. And honey, come here, and gone. So I started Plume, and just to keep myself drawing, to build the storyboarding, sequential art, and the audience grew. Someone suggested putting it on Kickstarter to print it for the first time. And that's how I kind of switched gears. Thought, hey, this could be a viable option. She's got the zoomies, like hardcore.
Hey, like I said, I mean, Amanda's cat is very, very famous on our streams.
Oh, yes.
So it's not that uncommon.
She shows up, and then obviously you did this.
Yeah, cutie.
We will just work around the cats. However, let me ask this question. Tell us about Plume, because Plume was when I first came to know who you were, I think.
Yeah.
So tell me about Plume.
It was a result of playing Red Dead Redemption, the first one, like nonstop. I knew I had this story and these characters, and I didn't know what genre to plop it into. And so the Western intrigued me at the time. So it's a magical Western. I always say Indiana Jones meets Hell on Wheels with a female lead. So it's Vesper Grey is the main character. She's on this quest to get back all these artifacts that were stolen from her father. And one artifact that she has is an amulet that's possessed by a guardian angel soul, and so he follows her. Yep, there it is, on the quest for revenge. So
I love that this is about the 5th time Hell on Wheels has come up in my week.
Oh, really?
And it's one of my favorite shows. We were talking about Anson Mount. How it all came. So I love Hell on Wheels, and I love Plume. Like, it's one of those things is that I'll say this, I was super intimidated to pick it up because it didn't seem like something I would like, but everybody was raving about it. So I'm like, if I pick it up and I don't like it, does that make me a bad person? So I was super intimidated to pick it up, and I picked it up. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm in.
Oh,
Okay.
Good.
So,
I was gonna say, what just happened there?
hard reset.
I'm right there with you. I literally just got up.
Mm-hmm. So Plume had a ridiculously successful Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And then you've done some other Kickstarters since then, including For Goodness Sake.
Mm-hmm.
What draws you to doing a crowdfunded project? What draws you to crowdfunding for your projects? That's the question I want to ask.
I mean, it's literally the digital age. Plume found its home on, as a webcomic. So, you could read it digitally, and the audience was online. The numbers for Diamond weren't terrible, but they weren't great. It's all online sales for me. So Kickstarter has been pretty vital especially in Plume's, birth. So, Kickstarter has treated me well. I've had good luck on that website for sure.
What would you say if somebody was out there going, I want to kickstart a book? I assume they don't actually sound like that, but
I was gonna say my first tip is don't talk like that.
in my brain, that's how they sound. What is your tip? What tip would you give to somebody who wants to do a Kickstarter for their book, but is not sure what to look for, what to do?
Be as transparent as possible. Tell everyone what you want to do with the money, what you're making. Definitely have some portion of the book completed to show. I've done both stages where the book is completely done and the book is halfway done, but never the book is not at all worked on. So have something to show your audience and be clear about what you want to do, and know that it's not a sure thing, but you can try again. So it's, if you fail, it's not like you're kicked off the site. It's, you can do a redo. So
John Leopold says plume. Yes, absolutely. So you have a very unique art style, I would say. It's when you see a piece of Kaylin Smith art, you know it's Kaylin Smith art.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you look over Amanda's shoulder and, anybody who's ever seen your art knows that you drew that. How did you develop your art style?
Many years of just drawing. I don't know. It's kind of it's a rut that you suddenly fall into. And I hate to use the term rut. It's not like a negative thing. Definitely figuring out whose art style you like and trying to replicate that. But it's almost like a natural thing where you just fall into it, and it's just this natural way your hand moves. So I don't know. It's a combination of Avatar: The Last Airbender, gritty Disney, something Don Bluth. I don't know. It's something in there.
It definitely always does have that animated quality
Mm-hmm.
to it, but
Right.
but not.
I see a manga influence in it, and
Right. Like I do see that kind of kawaii,
Mm-hmm.
kind of Sailor Moon-esque.
Oh yeah, Sailor Moon was my jam growing up. Yes.
See, and I didn't know about Sailor Moon until the Bare Naked Ladies sang about him. So I'm a little behind, but so your writing style is also very uniquely you. So how did you go about finding that voice?
Many years of living. I don't know. Those are always really hard questions to answer, because it's such a natural thing. You don't really think about it. You don't really try to fit it into a formula. I feel like if I try to fit it into a formula, then it all goes away.
Basically asking you, why are you you?
Yeah. I like to swear and I like to drink, whiskey, and I'm very dry, sarcastic.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where my writing style comes from. It's just like, don't take anything too seriously until it's serious, and then let's kick some ass. So
It's a good approach.
Go ahead, Amanda. Yeah, no.
I was gonna say, that's a good philosophy. Don't take anything too seriously, but okay, now it's serious. So
yeah, let's get some stuff done. I don't know how swearing on this podcast. I shouldn't swear.
I think you can swear. I mean, Travis did.
Okay, well, okay. I guess following
We can blame him for setting a dangerous precedent.
PG-13 max, like.
Okay.
Let's try and keep it from being a hard R.
Okay.
That's for later.
All right.
Yeah, which is for the after party. Or last night on the drink and draw.
Oh yeah.
So, how have you been coping with this whole COVID thing? Like not having conventions, not having, the normal process for getting your work in front of people. How have you been coping?
It's been weird. I miss cons like crazy. It was a huge source of my income, selling books and commissions through cons, but I've been doing online commissions, which are great. I've been so preoccupied with fulfilling the Kickstarter too, that, it's like, okay, cool. I have the time now. And then working on, for goodness sake too, I'm trying to get the Kickstarter for the second volume here up soon. So just powering away. It's been almost business as usual, except for I miss the hell out of the cons.
You said online commissions. How do people get an online commission if they want you to draw? And I don't have Amanda, my Howard the Duck that she drew me is at your house still.
Actually, it might be right here. It is.
No.
It's within reach.
It was raining when I got it, and I didn't want to take it home.
Oh,
Like,
no.
it-
You got, oh yeah, he survived. Okay, good.
Right? No. Like I got it, and I opened it at Amanda's, and I'm like, oh crap, I got to leave this here till it's not raining.
Yeah.
So yeah, how do you get an online commission from Kaylin Smith?
KaylinSmith.net, and there's commission link. So
It's
yeah.
all right there.
Mm-hmm. I'm
What's that?
organized.
That's called synergy. Something that I didn't know about until a year ago.
Write it down, people.
Right. Well, it's on the bottom on the scroll, and if you go to GarageCon.com or GarageCon.live, crap, I'm gonna do that all day. I know I am. GarageCon.live, there's a link that says GarageCon links. If you go to that website at the bottom, underneath the Aftershock logo, there is a link to KaylinSmith.net.
Woohoo.
There you go. See, I'm trying to keep up with the synergy. So, do you have any fun commission stories? Every artist I know has got a commission story that somebody asked me to draw something, and it was just absolutely insane.
But I'm going to apologize in advance for asking you to draw my cat.
No, bring me your cats. I mean,
Right.
your pets.
Well,
need to
that was
clarify
something I was
that.
going to bring up, is that you do amazing art of people's pets.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And it's like something that's so special to them too. It's like there's pressure. Recently, someone brought me an old photo that I got to turn into my style, and I love that, like that vintage photo. But the weirdest story, I don't want to kink shame anyone, but somebody wanted me to draw somebody in a diaper.
Okay. I didn't think that was where that was going to go. I was, I
You
thought
know,
it was going to be somebody brought me their pet photo, and I thought it'd be a cat or a dog, and it was a Komodo dragon.
a tarantula.
You know-
I had someone bring a tarantula.
I kind of want to see that piece now.
There was a long time ago, and I did it because I needed money, and they loved it, and I don't even think about what they did with it. So
I just feel like in your style, it would be the perfect balance of creepy and cute.
it
Bringing that
definitely was more on the cute side. I wasn't gonna try to
The eyes, like,
yeah. I went real big with the eyes on that one.
No, Dan.
Dan
Oh
just got-
no, Dan! No.
No,
Oh,
this is a family show, Dan.
No.
PG-13, family friendly. So messed up families only. Or con-
Mm-hmm.
So, you said you were working on For Goodness Sake Volume 2. What has that process looked like? Because For Goodness Sake Volume 1 is just barely out. Did you go into Volume 1 with Volume 2 all ready to go, or is it
Story-wise, yeah, I
sort of
did.
flying?
Yeah. So I have pretty much the entire story mapped out, so I know what direction I'm going. So yeah, I have the building blocks to it, but now it's just a matter of actually roughing out each issue and getting it drawn. And it's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it.
Let's
Well,
see
yeah,
your workhorse. That was quick. Uh-oh.
Joey,
No,
do you have a question for Kaylin Smith?
she's
How you
muted.
doing?
I know. Zoe, do you have a question for Kaylin Smith?
No.
Okay. She just wanted to say hi.
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 Like your glasses.
Thank you.
Those are some fancy glasses.
They're nice.
This is way better than the other person who sits in that chair.
It's true. Can you sub her in for the rest of the
Yeah.
weekend?
No, she's taking over.
That's it.
All right. So, getting back to what we were talking about, your success has largely been of your own building through the Kickstarters and through that kind of stuff, and through the fact that what you do is very unique. What would you say to someone who's out there who's looking at the Kaylin Smith model and going, okay, she she built this whole thing. And I want to do that. Somebody like a Zoe's age, you know, somebody who's young, who's kind of admiring it. What does that look like?
Well, if it's Zoe's age, I can't use my motto that I use all the time. I hope, don't be a D. Be
Right.
nice and be humble. You're not, curing cancer here. Just do what you love, and it shines through. You know, if you're not enjoying what you're doing, if you're just doing it just to like make all the money, which show me the money, then you're doing it all for the wrong reasons. So, just have fun with it. Be you, and don't be a D.
Don't be a jerk.
Don't be a jerk.
See, Amanda's cat
There it is. There's the cat.
and managed to mute her.
And she muted me. She
Right.
said, "You're not allowed to talk anymore."
Right.
What a sweet jerk.
She said, "Come back to bed, Mom."
I still have scars from that sweet jerk. I'm just saying.
Oh, I've
You
got some
antagonize.
scars here from my jerk.
You antagonize this jerk.
I'm not saying I don't. I'm just saying.
You usually
So-
do everything that's coming to you.
Right. Amanda, do you have any questions for Kaylin?
Oh gosh, you gotta put me on the spot.
Uh-huh. Because
No,
Like-
my only question is I miss her and I want to see her. So
I know, it's been so long.
I knew that.
I'm
Yeah.
curious to know like how the first con goes when we all get to see each other again. And I know that it's going to be a while since, I'll probably be wearing a mask and taking all the precautions, and I won't be able to hug anybody.
Like at least the Khan family will be all in masks and it'll be like group hug city.
Yeah. I'm going to wear a plastic suit just so I can like hug everyone or something.
Yeah.
see, I think that will be the fun thing is walking around to all our con fam being like, I like your mask.
Yeah, it's so nice. I can't wait to see like if anyone draws anything on their own masks and stuff.
That's- That's what I'm saying is the new thing is going to be mask art.
Yes,
It'll be, hey, I've got this blank mask. Can I get a commission?
that would be actually a really good idea.
I might go find myself a black mask and start collecting my Kaylin Smith mask. My,
Right?
The world we live in now, right?
right.
True.
Uh,
It's very true. So do this one more time for me. Run down the list of things people can buy on KaylinSmith.net so people know everything there is to look for and what they should be reading.
all right, so KaylinSmith.net, the shop link has, for goodness sake, it has some pins. It's got a Kaylin Snarl pin.
I have that around here.
Do you? You can get commissions, stickers. There it is. Yeah. I haven't. Plume is under devilsdue.net if you want to buy it there. And also, I think they've been running a deal on. Yes. Don't be a twat, Nini. They've been running a deal on the digital Plume Omnibus. I think it's free during all this COVID stuff. So,
Oh,
but I mean, you can find it free online too. But
right.
but I mean, you have the PDF of all of it in one place. So yeah, devilsdue.net has Plume, and for goodness sake, is on KaylinSmith.net.
Nice. So one of the things I want to ask you about is you do a Patreon.
I do.
That's a new phenomena in the art world and things. How has that been for you?
Good. I was talking to Dan recently about it, and I said there's a source of guilt there because these people are, they're there to give me money every month, and I feel like I'm not doing enough for them. There's guilt constantly, like, oh my gosh, I need to give the world to my Patreon people. But yeah, it's been great, and oh my gosh, there's been hardcore supporters from the very beginning, and I love them to death, and trying to do more. But yeah, you get to see like behind the scenes stuff, work in progress. They get early access to the issues for goodness sake. And then, I mean, I'm trying to do like more live streams on that, but I don't know if I have the internet or the right programs. I'm still trying to learn, but my internet and right now it's doing just fine, but my internet goes in and out here and there, so it's kind of a crapshoot.
That I think that's going to be the way I come out of this COVID thing is, okay, everybody wants to stream now. I know how. I could teach.
Yes, please teach me. Yes.
A college class on how to be bad on the internet.
And we're bad on the internet.
I am bad on the internet. I bring dad jokes to the internet every day. So,
I feel you.
I should have brought that second monster out here. I'm gonna have to go get it.
He's struggling. I do have for you.
I can't. Go ahead, Amanda. I've got to step away. So, Amanda, you take control.
Okay.
I need to get that monster.
Okay, go get your monster. No, I was just curious. So you said like you've already have basically your whole story plotted out for goodness sake, kind of how far you're going to take that story. What does that process kind of look like for you? Like, how did you start? Was it a bunch of bullet points, or did you go, I kind of have this idea and start expanding on that?
Yeah, it's mainly like, when I have the initial idea, I write it down. And then as I'm drawing or, working out the story, it definitely changes throughout the process. But especially this story, I had an idea in mind. And then as I got further in, I was like, ooh, or I could do that. So this is going to sound weird, but like a lot of my ideas come when I'm in the shower because it's like this sensory deprivation thing. And so I'm like, oh, I could do that. So I write it down and then I figure out from there, like how to get from point A to point B. So it's kind of a loosey-goosey process.
Right.
I can never teach a class on this shit, I guess.
Well, it sounds like you really kind of get to know your characters and kind of let them lead the story.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially with Plume, that was the case. Like, and then, posting online every day, or not every day, but 3 days a week, I would see the responses from people. And so I would have the immediate responses and see that, okay, they like this character. Maybe I should do more storyline for them. And, so for goodness sakes, a little different on that because I don't have it online and I'm not having immediate responses. But yeah, as I write, the characters kind of take on a mind of their own.
Right.
Love.
And
it sounds like a writer genius. Like, oh yes, my characters write themselves. But
you're not the first one who said that though. Like other interviews with other writers who kind of have that same kind of feeling is that they have this intention, but then maybe the characters take it somewhere else.
Yeah.
We have a question from John here. I'm going to pop it up for you. Is there going to be an Afterglow Volume 2?
That is all Pat Shand. So I know he toyed with the idea with me. I know that he wants to do another one. It's just a matter of timing. So
where can you get Afterglow if this is the first time they're hearing about it?
You'll have to shake down Pat Shand. I think I have maybe 2 or 3 copies on me. I should probably put that on my website. I only have like 3 copies, but Pat Shand will have the source.
The source for all of things Afterglow.
Oh yes.
I feel bad. I did buy one, and I bought 2, I think, from you when I bought that book because it was a cat sitter gift.
Hey, if it works, it works.
I spoil my cat sitters. You're taking care of my child, so.
Oh, my husband.
So, I'm back.
You're back. Is that red?
Yes.
You know what's up.
Well, I had a purple and I had a red, so.
Red is best monster.
Now, are you one of those that have like the monster sticker on your car?
No.
I would like to know where those come from. Do they come with the can?
Oh, do you want one?
No.
Okay, because so when we got years ago at the store, we had a monster cooler. We got a monster contract, and they gave us a stack of them like this and big ones, and they gave us lights like LED lights people could put in their houses, and clings and the rubber wristbands because those are popular because Livestrong/Monster, and all of that. They gave us all that kind of stuff, and I've still got from that very first one. Probably 100 of them in storage somewhere.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I always see them on people's cars. I'm like, how do you even how are you? that much of a fan of something to put on your cart like that, but okay.
I mean, I'm guilty. I do drink a Monster every day at 3:00. So
Okay, but you're not in it enough to put a sticker on your cart.
No.
Okay.
Christy has a question. What are your go-to feedback sources, or do you have a cold enough editing heart to shop all your stories yourself?
Oh, okay. So for goodness sake, I actually had 3 people that I sent the story off to, and I chose those 3 people for different reasons. I sent it to my husband because he's not a creative, and I wanted someone that is not going to think, read it in a creative mind. So he came back with line edits, basically just making some of the dialogue a little more natural. And then I sent it off to somebody that's really good with backgrounds. And so she came back and pointed out some details in the backgrounds, which I fixed. And then I sent it off to someone else who's a very good character designer, and her expressions are like spot on. And so she came back with more of the foreground and the characters and all that. So with those powers combined, I came back with some really good edits. So I always say to send it off to creative people so they can really dissect it and just dissect it from a artist and writer point of view, but also reach out to your non-creatives, because it's actually a really cool response. Like, you get more of an audience response. And it's my husband, so he's not going to sugarcoat anything.
Well, I feel like if you don't run it past your husband, that's like, that would be, I don't know, that's weird, right? Like, I feel like he's going to be your best critic because he knows how much you care.
Right. And he knows what buttons to push, that little monster.
you
That's
signed
fair.
up for
He
a
knows how to
lifetime
get
of
your
that.
vote.
What?
I said you signed up for a lifetime of him pushing your buttons.
Oh, yeah. That's fine. Willingly.
It seems like you guys work well together because For Goodness Sake is pretty awesome. So
Oh, yes. I always put a show on, like, oh, he's such a monster, but I love him.
So, speaking of working with editors, you said you had a 3-person process for Goodness Sake.
Mm-hmm.
Has that always been the case for you, or when, like with Plume, how did that go?
Yeah, I had no editor for Plume. I know that I think Volume 1 has edited by Josh Blaylock, but he didn't touch it. It was there's some mistakes in there. It wasn't edited. So going into For Goodness Sake, I didn't have a publisher's eyes on it. So I was a little more nervous to print it off on my own. So I sent it off to 3 different people, just in case. But yeah, Plume wasn't touched. I would finish the page and then post it online, and then all those pages would go into the print. So it was straight from my mind.
So Plume was at Devil's Due.
Yes.
And then you were the artist on Hope, which was at Source Point.
Yes.
And then you put this out just on your own. Is this your first book that you self-published completely? Like,
yeah, that's the first one.
how is that different in terms of? Is it different process in terms of creatively to if you're going to self-publish a book as opposed to going through a publisher? Do you have to be more brutal with your own work, or can you be more precious? What does that look like?
It's terrifying what it is. So it's actually not all that different from Plume. So Devil's Due was great in that aspect where they didn't edit my work. They didn't restrain me in any way. It was basically, they're like, you own the project, you're writing it, you're doing it. We'll just help you bring it to comic stores. So it was basically the same process for Goodness Sake. I was a little more nervous because I only had myself to blame if something went horribly wrong. But yeah, it felt no different than Plume. just write, draw, send it out.
So
Sounds so easy.
how much of Plume was already like published as a webcomic when you started with Devil's Due?
I think it was midway through issue 2.
Okay, so pretty early.
Yeah. So yeah, I actually kickstarted the first issue on my own. So I got to fulfill that Kickstarter on my own, and that's when Devil's Due came in, and then they did the next Kickstarter for me. So I had a little practice in the whole Kickstarter on your own, but yeah, For Goodness Sake was the very first big one on my own.
One book we haven't talked about, and we've talked about it a bunch, is you did the cover for Cafe Macabre.
Yes.
What's it like just doing cover art? And I asked that because you hear stories about there are cover artists and then there are page artists, and you seem to be able to do both. Do you approach doing just a cover differently than you approach doing a whole page?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, with the cover, you have to have a little more draw into the story. It has to, encompass a lot more. I'm honored to be the cover artist for Cafe Macabre, but I've been looped into the marketing, and I'm like, I hardly did any work. All these ladies did all this work, and here I am, like, sitting there saying, oh, I'm part of the project. I'm like, I just did a cover. So I always feel guilty on that, because I'm like, I don't want to take anything away from these ladies, because they kicked ass in the book. But yeah, I actually really enjoy doing cover art. It's a one and done project, and I don't know, it just seems, trying to do that encompassing image and like something that's really interesting. With Cafe Macabre, they had an idea already in mind, and so they just, gave me the building blocks. But it's fun just to bring it all together.
Cool. No, it's that. See, that's what I actually wanted to know, is that, I've met people who are just cover artists, and, they don't have any sort of approach to doing a whole page.
Mm-hmm.
And I've met people who are page artists who you ask them to do a cover and they look at you like you do recognize that this is not my skill set. And so I think it's interesting to think, that when you approach a cover, you're trying to think about an overarching and encompassing image as opposed to individual images that tell a story.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that in my brain, but I've never heard it said that way.
Yeah.
So, my mouse is gone. Someone's called Justin, whose name I want to bring up, whose thing I want to bring. There we go. Says hi.
Mm-hmm. Another wonderful artist. He is super skilled. Do you guys know Justin Casanova?
I don't.
I don't.
And so on the personal end, that's been the fun thing about putting this together, is that there are people I don't know that I definitely should know,
Mm-hmm.
that I've met putting this together this weekend. Last night on the Drink and Draw was Ryan Lee, who's a great artist. Justin is somebody, who I didn't know, but now I will certainly look up. Justin, if you want to send me a message with links, I would love to check your work out, man. Boom. We even had somebody reaching out this morning through the store's Facebook about, hey, do you have a spot open? Do you have a spot open? And we don't, unfortunately, but they're on the list for the next one. So, it's been really cool to meet new people through doing this.
Yeah, and I want to say too, thank you guys so much for organizing this. It can't be an easy thing. You guys are just
Dan's a little stalker. That's what I'm learning about Dan. He's a little stalker. He knows what post offices people go to. Dan, I'm pretty sure that's information serial killers keep at their fingertips.
Yeah, we all know that.
Dan will be on next, and we will talk about his serial killer tendencies.
Right.
Oh, or I thought it was his wife's.
Yes.
No. So
But yes, thank you guys so much for doing this and organizing this. And it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
herding cats. I can't even imagine the messaging back and forth for all these people. I loved when you put the gauntlet down, Kyle. It was amazing.
like, I will mute you and I will take you off the schedule. Let's
Stop
go.
talking. Stop talking.
Well,
Right.
like, we started adding everything to the group, and then all of a sudden, my Fitbit would not stop buzzing.
Right. No,
And
it's
I should have been
Yeah.
prepared.
guys, there are people in here who may hire you in the future. Be professional.
Yes.
It was also like, this is what happens when you put 40-something people together who haven't seen each other in how
Right.
many
Who are
months?
used to seeing everybody who are used to seeing each other twice a month, at least, and you haven't seen each other in months. Yeah, you just start blowing up.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, there are publishers here. Come on. So, no, it was great. So I ask this question of everybody all the time, and it's a hard question to ask and answer sometimes. Is there a person in the industry who you haven't worked with, who you would love, who you would be a dream collaborator? And I know you work a lot on your own. So is there somebody out there you're like, if this person called me, I would drop what I'm doing? Be like, oh my God.
Well, I know we've been tossing around the idea of Jay Fosgett and I doing a project, and he actually wants me to write for him. So writing for his style would actually be amazing. So
Yeah.
I guess, Jay would be a blast.
Yeah, Jay Fosgett. I just imagine that if you're writing for Fozzie, you have to use more sound effect words.
Yes, I'm going to put as many swears as I can in that script, because just
Sure.
a hardcore story with just his like cute, beautiful art.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, perfect.
But I also feel like you need to use words like the call outs from Batman, from the 60s Batman.
Yes.
Sound effect words.
Yes.
Because Jay's art lends itself to that so strongly. Is there a person that is there someone that you guys, I'm gonna get better, I promise.
Scene.
When lunch comes and I have food, then I will be better. I'm just gonna put that there.
We just merge into one person.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate that.
No.
I think you guys need that's what it needs to be. You need to write under a pen name.
Yeah.
Right.
Goslin.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It'll make the panels, the
We don't know
Q&A is really awkward.
Email. We don't know what your face actually looks like because you're just always shrouded in shadow,
Yeah.
mystery.
Or no, the face just looks like
Bodhi troll.
It's just me with a beard, I think.
well, no, it's you just get puppets made. And that would be
Oh,
it. Yeah.
yes. A puppet with us together, like merged.
Yes.
Even better.
Long hair, beard, glasses. No.
Yeah.
So, is there a person that you would call your biggest influence in the industry?
Like personal, like peer, or just anybody creatively?
Anybody?
I always feel like this is kind of a cop-out answer because I know a lot of people say it, but Miyazaki. Just the tone of stories as well as just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful art. So the Miyazaki films are they've got a huge special place in my heart. And I don't know, there's just something very natural about the characters and how they move. And then the stories that he creates, or the worlds that he creates, are just saturated and beautiful, and I love it. So I always feel like that's such a cop-out answer, but yeah, Miyazaki is just
No.
yeah.
Legend for a reason.
Yeah.
Zoe, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah.
You have a question?
Okay. What's up?
How many books have you written?
That I've written? that it's been published, or just how many have I written? Because I can never ever like count how many I've written. So I wrote For Goodness Sake and Plume. Did I do any short stories? Oh, and I wrote a short story for Pat Shan's New York. Oh my gosh, why am I blinking? Oh, I'm gonna remember it as soon as I get off the stream. But I wrote a short story for his volume, and then the rest I just drew.
Do you have any other questions?
I had creative input with Hope too. I helped create the bullet points for that story as well.
Zoe, does that answer your question? Any other questions?
Thousands. I wrote thousands of stories, just millions and millions. None of them have endings.
We're gonna bring in another Destiny New York.
Destiny New York. Oh my gosh, I wanted to say New York or New York Love.
So
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna bring on screen someone who's early for the next show,
Yes.
but also a killer female creator.
Yes, she is.
Our friend Melina.
Hi.
Hello.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Very good.
I'm glad I
So-
got the last bit of your interview, Kaylin.
Thank you.
So
How you doing?
really quickly before we start asking more questions, you mentioned Miyazaki. I need to know, what's your favorite Miyazaki?
I always lean towards either Spirited Away or Howl's Moving Castle.
This is why we're friends. Howl is my favorite.
Which one is?
Howl.
Yeah.
I love Howl's Moving Castle.
I saw. I know I watched Spirited Away a lot more growing up because that was the one I owned. But Howl I got later on after Spirited Away, and I fell in love with it immediately. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hal is so petty. There's something just so great about how petty he is. It's
Yeah.
just like,
It's so endearing too.
yeah, like he's like sweet deep down, but like he's just like, oh, what's the point of living if I'm not beautiful? And I'm here like, I hear you, man. Like, like I hear you.
But I love you anyway.
And Sophie is just like the sweetest.
I love Sophie.
Sophie's the best. There's a
She
cat
is.
I see in backstage.
There's what?
There's a cat backstage.
Of
You
me?
No. I don't know that you can see it. On the
Oh,
screen.
there it is.
Oh, there. We're just gonna do it.
Oh,
Another one.
The cat.
backstage.
I'll go get my cat too then. Like, I'm
Okay, everybody get their cats, and I'm just gonna.
Come here, kitty.
Here, I'll pet her from afar. Here.
Right. I don't know where mine went. She's probably doing something naughty.
Yeah, I can't really let my cat in my office because she'll start eating like my drawings and things.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You know that whole my cat ate my homework thing. It's like, no. This
Sorry,
is
your
real.
commission got eaten by my
I
cat.
didn't tell you.
Amanda's cat tries to attack her original art all the time
Oh my
because so
goodness.
much of it looks like her.
It's true. I have a Rob Hogan piece with her hanging out with David Bowie in the Labyrinth.
Yes.
She's a co-conspirator.
That's amazing.
And then I have the little piece that you did for me. It's becoming a collection. I'm going to start collecting Mavis art.
So there are two female creators on the on screen with us right now. Boom.
Yay, Justin.
And Tara. Hi. So, is it? How have you guys? How do I want to phrase this question? As female creators, how does your perspective of being female differ from your male counterparts in terms of what you bring to the creative table?
Well, I can't say from a point of view of a man to compare.
Well, that's fair.
I've
Basically,
been a female my whole life. So I don't know.
Basically, I was trying to give you something to tee up to make fun of Dan and Seth, but
Oh, well, Clearly, we have it much easier than Dan and Seth.
Yeah,
That's all I
like
was trying to do was tee you up to,
for one, our hairlines are still where they're supposed to be.
Oh, high five.
See, and Dan's just got to sit here and take this because I'm not bringing him on screen yet. So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
would, but again, I was just trying to set them up for the joke, Tara. Set them up.
It's always a weird question to answer because I don't know opportunities I didn't get because I'm female. I don't know, how I've been treated versus how I've been treated when I was a male. So, I don't know.
No, I like I said, I was just trying to set you up for a dig at everybody else. You're better at drinking coffee,
Oh yeah.
things like
We
that.
look better doing it. Yeah.
Absolutely look better doing it. I've seen that crew.
So, last few minutes here, Kaylin Smith, give us the rundown. Again, websites, social medias, where can people find you? Where should people be going right now to give you money for stuff?
Yeah, give me all the money. So KaylinSmith.net. You can buy my books on the shop link. You can get some commissions on the commission link. You can also find me on Twitter at Kaylin Tweets, Instagram at Handmade Crown, and Facebook is Kaylin Smith Art.
There you go. Kaylin Smith Art on Facebook. And all of those places she just said. Handmade Crown, a lot of places. Which is always the problem, is I always try and search your name. And then I remember, oh, wait, it's not that.
Yeah, that was a generator, a name generator. I was never intending to have Instagram as like a professional thing. It was just going to be just a personal. And so, yeah, Handmade Crown, but apparently Kaylin Smith is taken on Instagram, so I just kept it.
Nice. I like it.
Thanks.
But I always try to find it. I'm going, wait, I'm bad at this. I'm really bad at Instagram.
You were awful at Instagram.
I'm really bad at Instagram. So
You got to master it somehow.
all right. So, and I just completely lost my train of thought again. I'm telling you guys, I'm struggling. I'm on the struggle bus. Drink and Draw went way too late last night. I'm on the
4 a.m. Was that right?
Huh?
It was not 4 a.m. Was it?
Amanda was on till 4 a.m.
Are you kidding?
I wasn't on.
Was up till 4 a.m.
What happened was, it was 12 o'clock, almost midnight. And the bestie showed up and surprised me because she knew I was up and she had to bring me something anyway. So then she came over and we ended up talking on my couch until 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my gosh.
We haven't seen
work
each
out.
other.
I was on the website and editing the video that I'm going to show here in just a few minutes after the Floppy Cop panel about Back to Comeback until ridiculously early as well. So, all right. So Kaylin Smith, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Everybody
thank
go
you.
to GarageCon.live, click GarageCon links, and on that page there's a link to Kaylin Smith Art where you can commission her for things and buy her books and give her all the monies.
Definitely do those things. Give her money. She's an incredibly talented artist.
Oh,
Incredibly talented writer. So if you can swing it, buy from her, and then we're going to have more people for you to buy from later, but start there.
thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
I
you.
mean, I think I have just about everything.
Oh, thank you so much. And I love that it's just right over your shoulder. Your Ulta.
It's my little backdrop of things my friends make, because that's there. I have this Seth piece because he's coming up.
Nice.
This is the first piece I ever bought from Seth, and it's this teeny tiny little postcard.
Love Seth.
Adam Ferris sent this with
Speaking of,
Sneaking in the back.
So.
Oh, and then Dan. Oh shit! Everybody, quiet down.
oh God.
Oh, I'm finally in.
All right. Thank you guys. Signing out. Cling.
Hi, Kate.
No.
Oh,
Caitlin.
good to see you.
Dang it. I'm going to say hi to Caitlin.
Well, I made you wait because I wanted to give her a chance to get some last minute digs in to keep the rivalry going.
Oh, yeah. And I wanted to totally jump in on this whole, what's it like to be a woman thing and try to mansplain it. I was going to really just let her have it.
Oh, No.
Girl.
Feels
So-
good.
Welcome in, Team Floppy Cop. I my lunch is on its way, but I have a very Floppy Cop lunch coming.
Oh yeah, pretzels.
Yeah,
Is it all pretzels?
We'll see.
Is
It's
there
got-
aren't pretzels
It's
in
on
it?
a pretzel bun, isn't it?
Is it a little
But-
soggy so that it flops?
I will tell you that in my stash of things to get me through the day,
Yeah.
Ah, Snyder.
Now you're a character.
now I'm in. So, Kaylin Smith says she exited at the right time.
Yep.
Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
wheels
is the
coming out.
master of that.
Sounds scared to me. Sounds a little afraid.
So let's start at the beginning. Where can people who need it and who don't already have it buy Floppy Cop?
Well, you can go to sourcepointpress.com and get, I know that the trade's on there, and I believe the issues are on there. Some of them were actually available for Free Comic Book Week. We had, I think, 1 through 3 up there for at least until they sold out. I'm saying sold out in quotes because how do you sell out if something is free? But I mean,
Right.
it was really sold. And then on that same page, which is all under that Oxeye Media brand, by the way, because they've got so much stuff they're doing. They have a premium section now, so that's where we'll talk about that in a sec. Yes, that's your. Hang on, I'll pop mine up here too. This guy.
And I have mine from C2E2.
Yeah, I was gonna have the one Melena's holding up, the C2E2 exclusive somewhere.
Well, I mean, if we're outdoing each other,
Oh well, if that's how we're gonna play this.
So say,
Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Hold my beer.
Here's Floppy Cop made out of steel.
that thing,
Ah,
the one I think wins. Yeah.
That's courtesy of Derek Becker. So.
Floppy Cop made out of paper.
Yay!
Oh, hold on. Dang it. Oh, mine's. You know what? Mine's in storage.
With his action jacket.
Yeah, you win on that
Well,
one.
I do
I
have
have
one
it with the
too.
whiskey and the pink polo. I feel like I won.
Yeah, that's the one that Amanda's holding up is this really weird version of Floppy Cop where it's really serious and dark.
Yeah, and it's not about him at all. It's about
so
Yeah.
the original printing before it was at Source
Jeez.
Point,
dang.
signed by everyone. And by the way, it's the only one in the census.
Ooh, child.
Wow.
So
Okay.
Very nice.
I think that actually might win. I think
Yeah.
you just.
Yeah, drop the mic. Just
That was
it's
really nice.
over. We can't get any better.
That was really good.
Friends playing along. That's Kyle's hipster moment of the hour.
yeah,
So have a
I
drink.
was into this before it was cool.
Hey, my buddy Mike's here. Hey, Mike.
So tell us about how this absolutely ridiculous concept came into being.
Dan and I are pretty ridiculous. You know that.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
We just decided to be ridiculous at the same time.
Yeah.
We dragged Milena in with it to kind of keep everybody sane.
Yeah, I'm just along for the ride, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I have no
Well, we need Milena and Jay to make it pretty and give it some validity. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's honestly, I think Dan and I are two monkeys
And
throwing.
apparently make fun of our hairlines. What the hell was that?
I didn't know you were there.
I was there the whole time creeping on everybody. I know where Justin Castaneda goes to deliver his post. His post, his mail.
Old timey post.
Right.
Get on the Pony Express and deliver these packages post haste. Haha.
Will do.
Be there in a fortnight, and my name is an Archibald
Back
a hookah
by
broom.
the heel and toes.
with a hookah broom. By the way, while we're talking about old timey things, can we point out that Jay couldn't make it because he apparently his computer is an abacus and does not connect to the internet. The dude, he's had computer problems like for the past 3 weeks. He's like, guys, I don't know if I can make it. So I'm gonna make fun of him a little bit here.
all right, I'm just gonna eat this pretzel and let you guys talk.
Yes. Okay. Can I go get some pretzels and come back? Give me a hot minute, okay?
I waited in a half hour line last night for ClickList for these.
Oh my god.
That's commitment.
Family from the office, like,
Right?
it's okay.
I just got some crisps or something.
Right,
Forget
I would have given up. It's like 30 minutes. I'll just eat a banana, you know?
it. Right? That's weird. There's a whole bunch of apples over here that nobody's touching. I'll take 6 of those.
Oh my gosh, I have so many bananas that they're like dead already, but like I can't throw them out because it's wasteful. But they're like one
Make
of them is
banana
still
bread.
alive, and it's like no, please, and like the other bananas we just have crosses for eyes, just like
You gotta make banana bread out of those.
yeah. Or Tim has to.
The half hour was also to get the near beer for drink and draw last night.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
There are a few things at play, but yes.
These look like Seth drew them. Like little flat pretzel. Little drawing.
Anatomically correct pretzels, right?
Yeah.
In more ways than one. Oh man.
Here, Kyle, let's do this thing where like we ask each other a question right before we eat, so we have to take a minute and like chew the food a little bit. So like, here, lock and load a question.
Mhm.
You got ready?
Sure.
Okay. And I'm gonna put these in my mouth and then ask me.
All right. So why was Floppy Cop Volume 1 as successful as it was? What do you guys think was the key to your success?
Oh, oh.
Mhm.
Stuffing pretzels in his face as he's trying to-
Well, why was it so successful?
I don't know. I was making up a question on the spot. I actually want you to answer that
I
question.
think
Was
I
it
just-
successful?
Doing a bit.
we saw a huge gap in the market that was untouched for police officer goofballs who are missing parts of their skeleton, fighting weird crossword heroes. It was just untapped, and we were like,
Featuring Muggsy Bogues.
let's tap that. Yeah, we're gonna tap it really good.
No. So the real thing I want to talk about is Floppy Cop Volume 2, which is coming out very soon. You have a exclusive cover that is available or soon to be available.
It's available
Yeah.
for pre-order right now.
Available for pre-order
You can pre-order now. Yeah.
Mhm.
from sourcepointpress.com.
Yep. And
Give
you
me
can
the
get on
elevator.
The Team
Give me
Floppy
the-
Cop enamel pin as well.
That's true.
Yeah. You want the elevator pitch for the new one?
I want the longer than elevator pitch because I have a second pretzel to eat.
Oh yeah, let's really drag this out. It all started on a dark and stormy night. No, it
It was
was.
the best of times. It was the worst of times.
It may have been raining, actually.
Well, the first story arc, if I can go back to that for a sec, like I heard Travis earlier talking about how hard it was at first to describe Floppy Cop because it's different than a lot of what SourcePoint was offering, at least at the time. Now I think they've got some other really funny comics like Sham's really funny, and I can't think of other ones that they're doing right now that are like humor books, but
I can't think of anything off the top of my
yeah.
head. There's more.
Sham-
Yeah.
But we were doing this book before SourcePoint, picked it up. And at the time, the idea was real simple. He's a cop who's literally bending over backwards for justice because he's missing the spine in his body. But as Floppy Cop likes to say, you don't need a spine to have balls. And if that doesn't tell you the kind of sense of humor that the book has, I don't know what else to tell you. He's like a tough as nails cop. He just happens to be very floppy. And it's almost like his body represents how casual he is with the law because he's very loose with it. And he, in the first story arc, has a couple things happen right out the gate. He gets a new partner, a rookie cop named Carmen Crimson, who's this like by the book female cop that is just learning about this strange town of White Trickle Falls. And lo and behold, they get a bizarre supervillain in the form of Crossword, who is a mysterious villain sending them crossword puzzles to solve that are clues to their next explosion attacks on the town. And then Santa Claus is in there somewhere too. So, I mean, you really get everything. It's a pretty full first story arc. There's a lot of colorful
Santa
villains.
Claus, mob bosses, former NBA superstars.
Yeah. Muggsy Bogues makes an appearance.
There's a mustache that is an integral character.
Yeah. Yeah. And it really, the thing about it was like it blew up at Motor City Comic Con 2 years ago. We all were tabling there. All four of us, Jay, Milena, Seth, and myself. SourcePoint hadn't picked it up yet. It was just, I put my little Beardo Comics stamp on it, but it's a co-creation between Seth and I. But we're just trying to make, a splash at the show, and we really did. I mean, we sold through a lot of that book at Motor City. Basically, it was just making the rounds at the show. Like, people were like, have you seen this? No. Oh, cool. It's over at any one of these four people's tables. And
we had like a scavenger hunt for autographs. I mean,
Yeah, that
started
was
sending everybody all over at the convention. Fantastic.
We had to draw maps for people at one point because they were like, okay, where's Milena? Okay, she's over here. Seth's over that way. Jay's just down the road. Look for the puppet.
No, it was awesome.
I remember at that show going to see Dan to get the book, and because I think I bought an ad in the first book, didn't I? Was that? Yeah,
I think so.
Going to see Dan to get the book, and he's going, dude, I'm out. Can you watch my boots so I can go to my car and get more?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess.
Yeah. It was
memory popped up on Facebook the other day, and it was like, I remember how insane that that wound up being.
Yeah, it was. I think we made a little over 200 something copies. I think it was like maybe 250 for that first run.
That sounds right.
And we figured we had Motor City and we had Cherry Capital, and we're like, okay, we kind of have two back-to-back shows, and they're two of our, like our favorite shows of the year, but also like shows that both of us would be attending, and we know we've got like a lot of our friends and fans there, so we're like, I think we could sell this between the two shows. Well, I think at the first show we almost sold through all that, like at Motor City.
Yeah.
And like I had to run to my car because we printed this off from Page by Page. It's a place that's sort of local, so we didn't know what to expect, but it really worked out well. And then Travis talked to Seth and I, and now here we are.
Yeah. I think that the reason why a lot of people liked it is because it was a time where everything was so serious and everybody was on edge, and then there's something just like kind of silly and like just completely like its own thing, like unique, and people were just looking for a giggle. And like the way I pitch it is like, do you like Archer? Do you like Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Like, this is for you. Like, if you like those shows, like, you are gonna like this.
I never drew the line between this and Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
It's
like I should have.
When Milena said it, I was like, yeah, you're right. Holy crap.
Can we get Andre Brower in Volume 3? That's the question.
We should.
We should, yeah. Can we just do that? Can we make that happen?
So tell me about Volume 2.
Seth, do you want to jump on it? Because I've been talking way too much.
No, you're good at it though. I don't know if I can do it without giving away spoilers. Volume 2 comes in shortly after the conclusion of Volume 1. Not much time has passed, maybe a month or so, right, Dan?
I think it's like 3 months had passed because
it's like springtime now.
Yeah.
Right, because we ended the first one with Christmas.
Right.
So we get right back into the adventures of Floppy Cop and Carmen and Barnaby. And there's a new supervillain. There's a new villain that emerges on the scene to wreak havoc and cause problems for our friendly trio of officers.
Yeah,
and I ask for help, and more characters come in, and it's I don't want to say more of the same because that I think is underselling it. We're doing things different. I mean, we're telling some of the old jokes come back because they hit so well.
Because they have to at
But,
this point.
but there's a lot of new content. This series, this volume, I guess we've called it Body Issues. So if you want to let that stew in your brain for a little bit to think about how Floppy Cop could have body issues, it kind of writes itself.
Have an eating disorder? Is that what's happening?
Well, you'll have to tune in to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that theme pops up. I'll say this though, the villain that came about from this, which we're not revealing the villain's name yet, but I really cannot stress to you enough that it might involve a certain recurring theme. And I won't say any more than that. But what I will say is that I think that this villain is going to be one of the easiest and most fun cosplays for people to do when we do get back to con life.
Yes.
Because so it came about.
In fact, he's already been cosplayed.
Yeah. In fact, that's sort of how he came up was, I'm not going to say who it was. I'll give them their credit when the time comes because I don't want this to get given away too easily. But a friend of ours did something at a show that we were like, that is hilarious. That ties into some themes that we're already doing here. And
it turned into a sketch, and then it just exploded internally from there.
And the funny thing is, if I could back up a little bit here, I had already written a script for issue 1 that I completely scrapped after we talked about this. Like, I was like, no, we're taking this down a whole new door. We're gonna go down this route and have fun with it. So there's this villain, and he's really fun. I will say that there is a new cop in the thing too. There's a new, and I think we can safely give that. Yeah. So there's a Milena. Do you want to describe the new cop?
I'm suddenly shy. Like,
are you blushing? Come on now.
No.
Yeah. Milena's actually
every time I have to cover this motherfucker, I'm just like, ah, he's so nice to look at. He's just so nice to look at. I
So-
have a problem.
I guess she can't even bring herself to words. So you want me to say it? I'll just say it.
Yeah.
There's a new cop on the force because of how inept the current cops are. They need to bring in someone new to sort of help with as we said before, Floppy Cop's a little loose with the law. Barnaby has proven himself time and time again to be a very useless member of the team, although very funny.
Harsh.
There's
Sorry,
a reason
Kyle.
I relate to the guy.
Well, here's okay.
He was out of breath riding a scooter. I mean, come on.
Let's throw another fun fact out here. When Barnaby first came out, he didn't have a first name, and Kyle petitioned really hard to have his name be the first name, and we agreed to it. So his name is Kyle Barnaby. Although, yeah, Kyle, I mean, man, I'm not in any way trying to actually compare you to Barnaby because he is a dumbass.
I totally relate to him though. And can we just
beat him
talk
up
about
pretty good.
He's lovable. He's lovable though. Like you kind of feel bad for him. Like
if we talk about this cover?
yeah.
What am I actively doing right now? I'm sitting here stuffing my face with pretzels. What is he doing?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I am too.
I mean,
The parallels there. I mean,
Yeah.
I know who I am.
But you make it look so good.
No, I don't. Don't lie to me.
All right. Damn it. No, but so a new cop is brought in, and his name is Officer Steve Stifferman. But then they immediately, and he's perfect. He looks like Steve Rogers, basically. He's like a perfect cop.
Captain
So, yeah, he's basically Captain America as a cop, and so they quickly call him Stiffy Cop. So you've got Floppy Cop and Stiffy Cop. They hate each other like immediately, and then pretty soon they're already in the fray, like going after the crazy villains, and a new one pops up that they have to figure out how to work together to fight. So it's really fun.
Yeah, we open up with a car chase action scene. We come out of the gate running with this one.
Yeah,
a lot like we did with the first one. I mean, the first one opened up with that big chase sequence through the mall. So, we hit the ground running, and we're not stopping for anybody.
Oh, in fact, Seth is almost done with issue 3 right now, which is insane.
Because he's
Yeah,
a
I got
huge
2 pages to do.
Yeah.
beast.
Mhm. Mhm.
So
How
great.
many panels? 2 panels into the first issue, I knew that Barnaby was me. Like two panels in, and he's running through the mall eating a pretzel while trying to do his job because he stopped at the pretzel stand when he got to the mall. It's like, yeah, we'll get there. I gotta go to the Auntie Ian's. Hold on.
Priorities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you need your energy, you need your carbs.
Yeah.
So let's Team Floppy Cop has been U4, but going into volume 2, it's sort of expanded, right? You've got some other people. Our friend Gavin Smith is sort of a auxiliary. I don't know, what is he on the bench? How does that work? Is he the Muggsy Bogues of the team? In Space Jam, where he's the one who comes off the bench.
I don't think he's the shortest member. I don't know. Well, we've been doing a Zoom every week just to talk, like the 4 of us. At first it started, I would say, under like some pretense of work, right? We're like, okay, let's talk about the comic. Let's talk about what we got to do. And trying to make a plan, especially during all this pandemic craziness, trying to figure out how we're going to get the book out. And also how we're going to, like, what kind of schedule we want to stay on, knowing that everything got a little bumped back. Well, it pretty quickly turned into just a friend hangout. And we are all mutual friends with not only Gavin Smith, but also Ellie Cantarella. And we were like, okay, let's have a little art draw hangout session and talk Floppy, at first, but then just get on with the rest of our, our hangout. And so then, they were like, can we draw something? And we were like, yes, please. That would be amazing. Yeah. We figured we'd make it a Zoom chat. So the cover is actually just a Zoom chat of the 6 of us. So you can see that Jay Fosgate did the top left one. He did Floppy. Elena did Carmen on the right there. And then below that is Saddle Stitch by Seth. Gavin jumped in on Barnaby, which is hilarious.
I want that original.
Yeah, there is an original of that, I think. So
I know, I'm going to message him.
He's the only one who did an actual physical copy of this, because that's how Gavin rolled. Everyone else did theirs digitally, I think. And then Allie did because Allie's the queen of pet portraits. We were like, okay, well, there is a dog on the force called and I named him Ken Gruffy Jr. And make it bigger. Yeah, so you can see the little Zoom names. Ken Gruffy Jr. is we haven't done anything with him yet, but I like to think that he's a cop following in the footsteps of his father's as a cop, who was Ken Gruffy Sr., of course, and is doing his best to live up to that reputation. And then I got Muggsy Bogues because I love Muggsy Bogues and I really want him to be on that cover. So he's stealing half of a basketball because his average per game was 1.5, so he always has to take one whole basketball and then one half of a basketball from every game he goes to.
Why, Muggsy? Why?
I was gonna say, I don't know how well Ken is doing and following his dad's footsteps, because wasn't he in sensitivity training in the first issue?
Like twice.
Yeah.
Twice.
So
he's a pretty racist dog.
He's an angry youth. He's still in his Rage Against the Machine, I need to go kick something phase.
Yeah.
Oh,
He really-
yeah, that is, I remember.
Yes. It was like 5 minutes ago for me.
It's so stupid.
That's
For
the point.
real Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah.
So, since the cons have been, this was supposed to be for Motor City, the new cover, the custom cover, right?
Yeah.
People can pick that up. Where can people pick that up right now? Like, where can they pre-order that from you?
It is currently available on SourcePoint Press's site. So if you and the thing about it is the premium site, I'm trying to pull it up right now. Actually, if you go to their site, SourcePointPress.com. I mean, I think there's a bunch of different handles for that. The one I use is SourcePointPress.com because it's easy. And if you go to the store,
it all should go to the same place, whether they go
Correct.
through Oxeye or SourcePoint.
And so you go there, you go into the shop, and there's a premium section. You can see that they've got, I know they've got Broken Gargoyles up there, the one that, the cover that Jay Posgett did for that. And there's like a mystery box in there somewhere. And I think there's something from Josh up there, but I think that was a new edition, so I don't remember what it was. But we're on that list. There's two things, like two little items that you can see there. There's the actual comic, and you'll notice that it says $20 or $25. So 20 is if you want the comic, because it's only 100 copies. It'll be a collector's item kind of version of issue 1. But then if you add $5, you get the 2-inch hard enamel floppy cop pin, which is the Team Floppy Cop badge. And it's something that Seth and I put together for this moment because we wanted an extra special thing. Yeah.
Pretty quick, too. I mean, it was one of those, hey, wouldn't that be a good idea? Oh, shoot, let's do it. Oh, wait, it's done. Here you go.
Yeah. It was, I know, like, I'll say this, it was Seth's idea to begin with. And then, like, I was like, yeah, that would be cool. That's a good idea. And then we just sort of, like, went, okay, let's just do it. And,
Yeah,
and
we're just going to make it happen.
yeah, he basically threw me the design, and I just added, I think I tossed in the floppy cup part of the logo and had to shift some stuff around, and that was it. It took us, like, an afternoon. We had to ship it off already, and it should be in my hands, like, this week.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it was definitely one of those, we're going to ask for forgiveness before we are, rather than ask for permission.
Yeah.
So I remember we were telling Travis, like, hey, we're going to do this. And he's like, what are you talking about? Well, it's already done. So, just.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't asking him, we were telling.
Symbol here on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, look at Melena's got it right there. How'd that work?
It's
I
not
did that.
Kyle did it.
Kyle did it. Oh, good job, Kyle.
Yeah.
So,
Credit where credit's due.
yeah, if you go to GarageCon.live and click on GarageCon links, there are links at the bottom of that page for all of our guests as they come through the day. And on down there is a link to the regular issues of Floppy Cop and to the exclusive cover. I was just pointing, but it's actually there.
Don't start that again, Dan.
Oh, yeah, this is my impression of Toby McGuire.
So Pat is back. He has been going away for a while. Pat, do you have any questions for Team Floppy Cop?
Well said.
Wake up, Pat.
I just wanted to put him on the spot.
Yeah, I know. I'm just sitting here doing other work, and he's like,
Right.
"Oh, we're gonna bring Pat in." Ah!
Well, if Zoe sits here and raises her hand like it's school, so I just wanted to put you on the spot.
That was pretty awesome. That was well done.
I'll make you go away now.
He was probably just about to say something, too. He's like, but.
Yeah, he knows how to bring himself back on. So
Well
I think the power is getting to Kyle. And he's gone now. Like Thanos. Like
oh, there's
Here's
me.
how it happens with Kyle is that he gets power hungry and starts moving people and muting people. And so I'm just going to do it to him. Step right in.
Let him do the pretzels. That dude needs to carbo load pretty bad, right?
He definitely does. And apparently he's going to take this opportunity to walk away. So.
I'm sick of these people already.
Like, I'm done.
The hell's a floppy cup?
Oh, shoot.
Last time I invite those people to do anything.
I know. We're just
I do need to go get more pretzels though.
take some of mine. They're right here.
He just pops in, right?
like reach through this.
Just reach your hand through.
Passing them.
That somehow. Pretzel. Here.
That would break quarantine.
I'm putting a pretzel up into Kyle's screen. Eat it. Take it, Kyle. Take the pretzel. There he is.
It worked out.
Someone make that a guess, please.
We cracked the code, guys. The Sphinx riddle's been solved.
Beautiful.
Mike wants to know if Dan and Metro Man have resolved their difference.
Tomato, tomato, potato, potato, Mike. That's all I gotta say.
Need to
Get your-
turn atrocity.
Guy makes fun of my 5 hat all the time.
That's why I got the hat on, Dan.
I felt this brain, extra brain.
I'm on like a 9.
That's why I'm wearing a hat too. Isn't mine is?
You know, I do have a
Oh.
question. Did
My
Dan just
hairline's-
get out of a run? Did he just like run right into the stream?
But do I look really sweaty?
A little bit.
Do I? I'm so nervous
He's eating pretzels.
for Pat. I mean, I'm just like, oh my god, Pat's finally here. Everyone's been asking, where's Pat at? Now I know.
Pat's been trying to get some work done around his house too.
I've been noticing, man, your posts are like putting like ideas in my head. Like, if I just tear everything down and rebuild it. Are you just like ripping the entire house apart and putting it back together?
That's pretty much the last projects I have for a while. Might do some work on the deck, but that's about it.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
And scary. It's a lot of things you've done.
I blame
Well,
Kyle.
It's always Kyle's fault.
It's almost like you're like looking for some sort of lost treasure in the house by like tearing it up and then having to put together there's supposed to be some old lady's gold in here from 1908, and if I just rip every wall out and then build it again, maybe I'll find it. Have you found any gold, Pat?
Like I tell you.
I feel like I'm inspired by Lock and Key, and
We
he's
now know that Pat has found the old lady's gold, and I think we all need to pay him a visit because he's got riches that I want. I mean, we're in the end times now, Pat. I need that gold.
so when are we
Well, the
storming?
lost treasure you find when you remodel your house is the shoddy wiring you did the last time you remodeled your house, and the lost treasure is realizing, oh crap, I almost burnt my house down.
We do know people who that's happened to.
Uh-huh. So,
Scary.
all right, let's get back to real what we're
Serious
supposed to
business.
be doing here. Yeah.
That was
No, let's
pretty
talk about
The serious business of those fines and police officers who are addicted to pretzels like me.
Yeah.
Dan, how did you come to be in comics?
That's an old man.
And 7 years ago.
You start with Milena? That way you have
Wow.
time to gather your thoughts?
You ask Milena. She's got probably a better answer than mine.
Milena, how did you come to be in comics? Because Dan clearly doesn't remember.
Well,
Blacked out.
it was really like one thing led to the other. So I graduated animation in Brazil many years ago, and was disheartened by the industry, and especially with video game design, it was very like no girls allowed kind of. So I just was like, well, F this, I'm gonna move on and do something else. And so then I moved to Chicago, started working at Threadless, and one of my friends at Threadless was like, have you read Saga? And I was like, no. And then he gave me the omnibus, and after I finished reading it, I was like, this is what I want to do with my life. Like, 'cause at the end of the omnibus, there's Fiona Staples' process, right? From script to page, and how she does everything. Hi, Gavin!
I get it.
I don't want to interrupt, but yeah, hey, Gavin.
And then as I was reading it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is fascinating. And also, like, you get to tell a story in way less time than it would if you were in animation, right? Because animation, you would work in a project for 5 years on like this much of the project to then see everything. Oh, more pretzels. And then
I feel left
Like-
out. No pretzels.
I think, was it like a month after that, I heard about the School of Comics, which was like, I don't know, 10 minutes walk from Threadless warehouse at the time. So then I was just like, I'm going to go there. Then the warehouse closed, and I got a job as a secretary at the School of Comics before I started going there for classes. So then one thing led to the other, and here we are.
So I do have a question for Milena.
Hmm?
Your natural talent is so great, you actually overcame Dan's terrible instruction.
No, Dan's a really great teacher, and I don't think I would be here without Dan and, you know, everything that I've learned from Dan and Jill and Doug. And, you know, the school was an instrumental part of me being here, and I'm just so lucky that like that friendship developed in such a way that like we're still working together. And then I met Seth through Dan, and I met Gavin through Dan. So like everything that I've done is because I went to this school. So hashtag blessed. You know?
I would argue that everything you've done is because you're insanely talented.
Definitely more talented than Mike Mutant, who came on earlier. Just to give him some
Hey,
praise.
don't talk about my little brother.
Yeah, I will talk about him because he talks about me every single time I come on anything.
It's like, you know, love.
Sure.
I am enjoying watching the like development of all these things that are going on with you guys, and
Oh, Gavin and his golden hair.
Holy
Begin.
Hey, gang.
dude, you got to rein that in, or somebody's gonna get hurt.
I know, right?
Gavel, 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 Gavin.
that is a quarantine hairdo.
This has been going on since I got married back about a year and a half ago. So I haven't cut
Gavin's
it.
about to leave comics and become the lead singer of Stryper.
Sounds like a sweet gig if I can get it. So what's going on? I just popped in at the right moment,
Yeah,
right?
no, we're just talking about Floppy Cop.
Nice. Oh,
Dan's trying to remember how he came into comics. How he got into comics.
I mean, I remember. I'm just like, I feel like what to omit, really. I mean, for me, I've always wanted to do storytelling, and I like drawing, and I feel like it's the way you can marry the two easily.
mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's a pretty boring story compared to Melena's. I mean, she like went to animation school and came from Brazil and went to a bunch of places, and then I'm like, yeah, I just lived in the same town, had no other skill set, and then decided to do this.
See, Dan, you missed the opportunity to find out how Dan got into comics. Read his published works, Beardo.
Yeah, honestly, you could, and you would know way too much about me. But I don't know. I just really like. I like the medium. I mean, I don't know what it is. Sometimes I'm like, why did I pick comics? I couldn't even tell you. Maybe I ran over like an old witch, like when I was 23, and she would like, "You'll work in comics forever."
Just
I'm like,
cursed you
"Shut
to
up,
do
witch."
this. Yeah.
I backed up and I hit her again, and she was like, "Ah!" And it's like, and your comics will be okay, but
Well,
not great.
after the backup, she's like, "Fine, independent comics."
Yeah, yeah. We'll always be in the indie scene. Oh, shoot.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. I gotta scrape her out from under my car one of these days. It's really
Oh my God.
ruining the
She's
thread.
there.
She's still
Ruining the
the kids
thread.
up at
Keeping the
night.
wheel well.
Permanent hood ornament now.
Well, witches don't really die. They just sort of like, like the Baba Yaga. Like you just sort of reassemble. And she's under there. She's like, "It's time to turn your child's car seat around. He's 2." And I'm like, "Shut up, old witch."
Well, she's like a helpful witch.
Yeah,
Still.
she's giving me shit. She's like,
Take it out for your kid. Come on.
"You gotta stop getting so aggressive on the highway."
You need to
I
listen
don't
to slow jazz while you drive.
Everyone's a highway
Watch the
hero now in
speed bumps.
COVID-19, but you've got to cut it out, man, because there's a lot of crazy drivers out there. I'm like, "Witch, please."
You see that guy? I got his license plate number for you.
I'm writing it down. Could you slow down because the car's very wobbly? All of the witch in the wheel wells.
And
Then
this whole
Dan got
podcast
into
is
comics.
made, you guys, like they start rambling and then they write it down and then it's on the page.
So
But
is
Gavin's
Tyler
right.
Witch the villain for Floppy Cop Volume 3?
Yeah, I think we just did. The wheel well witch. Dan's career in comics began when he ran over an old witch in 2002. And ruining his life ever since and giving him helpful road advice.
Ruining or improving?
So
Yeah, I'm going to go with ruining.
Dan, you've already written Floppy Cop 3 like years ago. You got to do Coffee Criminal.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's been
That could be
suggesting that I just
easy
make
go.
the next one Coffee Crimes, and I feel like we should just do that. Like there should be a Coffee Crimes unit that has its own sound effect, which is like sip sip or something like that. I don't know. Sip, sip.
What's the sound of percolating?
Order.
Yeah, yeah. In the world of
Rip, rip.
caffeinated beverages, one beverage stands tall above all the rest.
Now-
These
now
are the stories
now
of
the
the men and women who
question
use my
is-
power and the ones who find it to bring them to justice. I bring you the coffee crimes unit. Sip, sip.
The question is do you and Seth have the huevos to caricaturize the actual original coffee criminal in the book?
Oh yeah, I do. Why not?
I don't
I mean,
care.
this place is going to be my tomb. I might as well make it interesting.
I mean, I'm 3 hours away. I'm safe.
Yeah, he can do it all he wants. Yeah.
I can
So-
run faster scared than she can mad.
We're referring to the fact that my wife is a notorious coffee criminal. And by coffee criminal, I mean, this for everyone out there who's uninitiated with the term, she drinks like half of the cup and then leaves the corpse of it laying out like a crime scene. I mean, I have actually taped it off before and started a full investigation. I did a chalk outline around the cup. I mean, it was brutal, and she laughs about it because you know, the way the laws are these days, it's like you can get away with anything, you know? And I'm sitting there going like, she's like, try and stop me. I'm like, well, one day justice will be done, but it might be street justice, to be honest with you. I mean, we might just have to bring this to the court of the streets. I think that's where she's finally going to get taken down. That's my hope.
All right.
I mean, after she raises my children, she's got to raise the kids first, and then we will put her away. Yeah.
Gavin, what are you working on? Because you seem to be the only one who's being productive today. What are you working on?
I can't really talk about it right now.
Ooh.
It's like all I can say is it's me and James Maddox again. It's a 1-page short for a thing.
Super top secret Gavin Smith work coming soon.
That's all I can say right now. I just picked it up the other day.
It's serious.
I love hearing
Melanie, you'll
NDA
see it
talk.
because I need it flatted.
Yay!
But,
I
So-
get to see so much stuff because
I will
I
say we should pimp this out while Gavin's here.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
plug
Absolutely.
me, plug me.
here's
Plug
his
me.
book.
Dead
Plug
Legend.
Yes.
Plug Gavin. Dead Legend.
Gavin, where can people buy Dead Legends?
At Away Blue World's website, which is awbw.com.
Or Target.
Or Target. Yeah, Target website. It's great. Or
That worked out.
I think Dan got his from Target, right?
I tried to get it from. Oh, I ordered it both. I ordered twice actually. I got Way Blue World and Target because my local shop had sold out of it. So
Yay! Be like your
Sure.
Dan's local shop, everybody.
yeah,
Out of it.
yeah.
So something else I need to take up with Gavin.
I owe Amanda
How
some
do I-
books. I haven't sent those yet. If she's around, I haven't forgotten about her.
I don't think Kyle was going to fight Amanda's battles.
Yeah, it's fine.
No. I want to know, how do I get the original piece for Kyle Barnaby on the variant cover?
Oh, we can arrange that. I have it around here somewhere.
There, that was easy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's
Right. Send me an invoice.
All right. This guy, it's
Mhm.
a bill
Yeah.
too. I went big on it.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
Am I the only person that has an original for this?
Yep.
Cool. Only floppy cop original variant cover.
Yeah, no, I may have already deleted the file, in fact.
Yeah, burned the whole
You
computer.
delete the files.
Oh,
What
yeah, I
month
don't
to
need that
delete
stuff.
the files.
Yeah, no, I don't need it.
He's not a
Seth's
fan.
Reckless. I
He's not a
love
fan of
it.
the book.
Oh, Seth, I
I'm
kind
just
of,
gone. Yeah.
I got something to show you. I don't know if you can see this very well. Oh,
Yes.
Oh, dude.
you're a background guard, Seth.
That's fantastic. I'm in a comic book
Yay.
that I didn't draw. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
for once. I needed a background guard, and I was like, that's Seth character.
Yeah, it's the shady beard and the shifty eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the 9 head, right?
Yes, yes.
Seth,
So-
how did you get into comics? Sorry, Kyle.
No, that's exactly
Malaya's
what
just taking over.
Right.
Seth has done his.
Move.
Well, for me, it started really with fan art. Back on the forums, digital webbing and the Image Comics forums.
Webbing, I remember that.
I was always interested in comics. I loved telling stories. I had always kind of drawn comics since I was about 10 years old. Never showed anybody, never did anything. Well, that's not even entirely true as well. Growing up in Wisconsin, I got to meet Dennis Kitchen, and he printed a story that I wrote in Kitchen Sink Comics. I wish I still had it, but yeah, I was like 10 years old, and it was just a little half a page story, and he printed. He's like, "This is awesome," and then I had the bug, so I started writing stories and drawing stories and trying to develop a talent that wasn't there initially. So I just posted fan art on the internet and caught the eye of Chris Simon, who was an editor at Shadowline Image Comics. She showed my stuff to Jim Valentino, and the next thing I know, I'm getting emails and, "Hey, you want to work on this book? Let's work on this book. Let's do this." And then it just kind of snowballed from there. So I got extremely lucky. The first two things I did published, other than the webcomic that I made with Jeff Stevenson and Tony Lee, was 2 image books. So I got to work with Josh Williamson and Kat Cahill. I Hate Gallant Girl and Xenoholics. And then just kind of started, again, got hit with that creator bug. It's fun drawing everybody else's characters and doing fan art, but that extra bit of investment of owning the character and being in control of where it goes led me to working with Dan and doing Floppy Cop. So it was like, let's see how stupid we can be and get away with it.
I'm really dumb, Seth. Together.
Yeah, well, hey,
you and me have made some just dumb magic.
I'm keeping up, man. I mean, try to pack in as many visual jokes in the back of this thing as I can.
Yeah, some people don't realize that like some of the stuff that's in the comic that's hilarious is not in the writings of the script at all. It's just stuff going like, yeah, I'm gonna make this poster up in the background, or I'm gonna add this random thing here or there, and you're just like, holy. There's these like chicken nuggets in issue 3 that Seth came up with a great name for, and I did not write this at all.
The restaurant is that's where it all came from. Is the name of the restaurant.
Yeah, we'll leave it. I don't know if we'll say it. Should we? There's kids listening.
Yeah,
right?
we can. It's mostly PG-13, and it's in the first. It's in the first book. The restaurant is 1 panel.
Is it the first one?
Yeah,
the third bird is looking.
Yeah, third bird escapes. Spoilers. Third bird escapes prison and goes to the restaurant to burn it all down.
I thought that was in issue 3 or 2. He doesn't escape in the first one.
The first trade.
So you mean the first trade? Okay, yeah, in the first trade.
That's what I meant.
Anyway, the first issue, I was like, wait a second. Anyway, yeah, it's funny though. We won't say any more about it.
Yeah, it's funny.
Gavin,
Yo.
How did you get into comics?
Oh, my story's been told before, long ago.
Me.
He's an old wizard.
Yeah.
He was run over by a guy.
Back in the late aughts of the 2000s. I got quick version is I got really sick of doing regular jobs when I was 21, 22. Like I was working in a Hot Topic, and then I started delivering newspapers all over the state of Indiana, and that job was about to end, and I was living in Kokomo, and I decided I was making enough money to start collecting comics again, and I saw a familiar ad that I had seen a lot as a kid for the Kubert School, and I was still drawing, so I was like, yeah, I kind of want to go. So I applied, got accepted, packed up my bags, went there, got to train with Joe, and then about graduated in 2011, and I started working on my first creator-owned book called Human City in his class. Got out of school, moved to Indianapolis, and finished the very first issue of Human City, self-published it. That started getting around. Pretty soon, this group called Blue Juice Comics came knocking, and they hired me to draw the accelerators. I've been drawing that for a number of years. Since then, I've done motion comics for AT&T. I've worked on Ghost in the Shell. I've worked on Heavy Metal. Worked with Dan Harmon on a project. Mark Wade on a little what are they called? Anthology. And currently, James Maddox and I are working on our dream book, Dead Legends, and we just I'm working on the sequel right now. It's pretty great. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you go to GarageCon.live and click on GarageCon links, towards the bottom of the page, there are links for Floppy Cop, the individual issues, the exclusive cover, and then underneath that is Dead Legends, a link to where you can pick up Dead Legends from A Wave Blue World.
Yes. Thanks.
I'm doing really good. I'm trying to keep up with keeping things on the website going. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man, you're doing great. Thanks for doing this, by the way, guys. Kyle, Amanda, everybody. Like,
Yeah.
it's like it kind of dawned on me last week when it was supposed to be Motor City, that it was supposed to be Motor City. I was like, what? Because time is irrelevant right now. Like time is just like blurring together. And when
don't matter anymore.
They don't, and you're going like, oh wow, it's the 15th of May. I should have been in Novi, Michigan right now, and then cut to May 22nd or May 23rd. It's like I should have been, heading down with my family to go to Traverse City and hang out with my con family. Like that. There was all that realization at once. But luckily, with you guys doing this, I mean, this is about the next best thing we can do, right?
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
that
Little too much reality all at once. The 2 weekends in a row of missing both shows.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Traverse City is technically supposed to be right now, right?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're
Yeah.
partnered with we're partnered with Traverse City with Cherry Capital Comic Con.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to all the people watching on the Cherry Capital Comic Con Facebook page.
Yeah.
Nice.
Currently
guys.
postponed until October.
Yeah.
Couldn't have done this without Pat and Mike and Corey and the whole gang from Cherry Capital.
We miss you guys. It was,
So,
not how
that
I
was-
thought the weekend would be.
That was the next question I was going to ask. How have you guys been dealing with not having conventions and that kind of stuff? Is it making it harder to collaborate or easier? Or neither? I suppose that's an answer.
Yeah, it hasn't affected the collaboration, except that I think we actually talk more now than we did before.
Yeah.
In a weird
Yeah,
way.
probably.
Because we do we just to stay sane, we started doing like a weekly Zoom chat to talk about the book, like I mentioned before, and then it turned into like, oh, let's kind of make this a thing just to make sure we have an anchor in the week. Like I'm saying, like, okay, we're gonna meet up this time, just to do it, right? And the collaboration, in a way, I feel it's been going maybe even faster because
No one's got excuses to not be working on shit.
yeah, like we're
Or
trying to make
stuff. I don't know what the language barrier is here.
me
PG-13.
What's that?
No, I'm just yelling at Gavin to keep it PG-13.
Oh yeah, he's slowly stripping, I think, for us.
I'm trying to I
This
got
is
this
the
carpet
worst.
in my office and my chair keeps
Yeah.
rolling it up.
Does the carpet match the chair?
Oh,
Hey Amanda, hey, I haven't forgotten about you. I know I have to send your books to you.
No, it's all good. I know. Hey, we'll see each other at some point.
I hope so.
I mean, soon.
You will.
Hopefully.
No, but I mean, like, because we're not at shows, it's like that time that we would have spent there. Like I've been putting into more comics, so that when we do get to shows, we'll have even more stuff to be flinging. Like to be showing people.
tons of content.
Yeah, I mean, we're like I said, we're already 3 issues into this new Floppy Cop arc, and that's pretty cool. I don't think that. I mean, I think Seth is a machine. He's fast. I mean, I just feel like if I was doing the con schedule, I might have been a little bit slower. So that's the one. I guess I'm trying to find a positive in it. I would rather go to the cons though. I'll tell you that much. I miss them. People have been super cool with like ordering commissions and jumping on my Patreon and ordering books and all that stuff. So like it's definitely helped, but it certainly doesn't replace the human connection.
Well, as we run low on time here with Team Floppy Cop, let's go around the horn. We'll start with Melena. Where can people get at you specifically on the socials? Where can they get commissions? That sort of thing.
Basically, I just am Melena Dineno everywhere. I have a YouTube channel where I post video process of original illustrations and digital art. So if you want to check it out, I think that's like the thing that I do the most lately. And then I have a Patreon now too, where I do, I have 3 tiers. But hit me up on Instagram, message me if you want to commission. We have time right now. And yeah, basically it's just the same. I'm just this everywhere.
Cool. Seth?
Pretty much the same. Seth Demoose on Facebook, Instagram. I think it's Demoose Seth on Twitter. Either way. I'm taking commissions as I can. Working on new Floppy Cop, like Dan said several times. I mean, I'm working on the second to last page of issue 3 right now. We're just going to keep plowing through it. If anything, that's what I've tried to do to stay positive and productive, is do business as usual as much as possible as far as the creative process. It's, instead of looking for or waiting for inspiration, it's just keep going to work, keep your head down, keep getting the work done. So the weekly meetings have been great with Team Floppy Cop to keep up on that. We get to push each other and promote and be positive. So yeah, Seth Demoose, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram.
And reach out there for commissions?
What's that?
And reach out there for commissions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dan?
Yeah, I'm all over the place too. Depending on what social media you're on, I've got a different handle. But most frequently it's at Beardo Comics or something like that. So if you're on Twitter or Instagram, it's at Beardo Comics. Facebook, it's under my name here. You can also look at the Beardo page and my website, where you can message me about commissions or order books or anything else that I got going on right now. Like I got a tarot deck that just came out. That's kind of fun. That's all at beardocomics.com. And then in the midst of this whole thing, like, I decided to do the one thing I've been wanting to do for a while, but haven't had the time for, which was to bring back Beardo. So I put that on Patreon for $2 a month. You can read 3 strips a week. And it's just look up, again, at Beardo Comics on Patreon. And it's been really fun getting back in the saddle with that. Like, that's been like my little dose of sanity to keep myself cool during these crazy times.
Gavin?
Hey gang. So I didn't know that.
Didn't see you there.
Oh, welcome to Studio Day, Gavin. Listen, I didn't know that this was in conjunction with Traverse City, and since this year there can't be a Traverse City, thus there can be no Gary Reed Award, I humbly accept the interim Gary Reed Award for this year.
Yeah. So, I know how much Gary loved long hair.
Yeah, right.
That's what this is.
Yeah. So anyway, if you want to find me on the internet, harass me, preferably just on the internet. It's at Gavin P. Smith. P is in pretzel. And that's on
You're
Instagram,
all on board
and
for
Twitter.
this.
Yeah. You can find me at gavinsmithcomics.com. Also, if you want to commission me, you can contact my art rep, Josh, at Modern Mythology Comic Art. Hey, Kay. I'm not going to say your real name, but what's up, cousin? My mom says call. Tell your mom to call her. But also, you can find me next week reading as Barnaby in the Floppy Cop reading, and I can't wait. Can I give him a preview?
Yeah. You want to give him a little taste of your Barnaby voice?
I can't Wait for it.
So it's still Three Stooges. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I'm going full curly with it.
We're gonna do that next Saturday with L over on. It's gonna be, I think it's a Facebook Live with Source Point.
Yeah.
And we're all 6 of us doing characters. Jay Fozzie will be Floppy Cop. Seth will be Chief Saddlestitch. Milena will be Carmen. I'll be narrating. Gavin will be Barnaby. And Ali Cantarella will be playing against gender and playing the role of Stiffy Cop. So not to be missed. Yeah.
Oh, it should be a ridiculously good time.
And I got one more plug. I also do a weekly stream. I do one with you guys, obviously, that's not broadcasted. But when I do broadcast is with my art crew from Modern Mythology Arts, and it features Sue Lee, Adam Gorham, Craig Cermak, Ricardo Lopez Ortiz, Tom Riley, Josh Hickson. Did I say Sue? Anyway, it's on Sue's Twitch page. I think it's Sue Lee Draws on Twitch. So follow us. We do it Fridays at 8. We get drunk and ruin our careers.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Team Floppy Cop.
Thank you so much for having me.
Kyle, thanks, Amanda. Thanks, everyone at C4. Missed you guys.
Thanks for letting me crash again. Just
Absolutely.
like at C4.
Thank you. We will Rich. Goodbye.
Gary Reed,
We will,
interim award winner, signing off.
Make sure you head over to GarageCon.live and click on the GarageCon links link, which I realize I should have changed the name so that I could say it. But go to GarageCon links link, and at the bottom of the page, there's a link to all of these people's fine stuff, including the stuff they just gave you in several minutes here. Once I can get that updated. So we will see everybody very, very soon. We're going to bring on now Frank Gogol, creator of No Heroine, but that means I got to bump somebody, so I'm bumping Amanda for the time being to get Frank on.
Hey, Frank.
There's Frank Gogol, creator of No Heroine. Team
Hey,
Floppy Cop. We'll see you guys.
Bye. Take it easy, guys.
We'll see you.
Thank Frank.
Thank you.
Frank's here. We got to go.
No.
See you, bud.
Bye.
All right. What's up, buddy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. I had to
That last
do
panel
like
got a little nuts.
I had to do like a makeshift filming bay here because I'm not home right now, so wanted to make sure it all worked.
No, you're good. That's the great thing about doing this on StreamYard. We're doing, is that it's super simple, and all you need is an iPhone, or all you need is a smartphone to do it. So,
Yeah, I went way out of my way and like set my computer up on a dresser and like found a blank wall. It's just, I could have did way less work.
yeah.
I just out of my bookshelf. So
when I interviewed Josh Werner, he did the thing where he did the selfie arm the whole time. I'm going, bro, just set the phone on something. Like, don't gotta be that hard.
Well, I'm trying to one up Josh this time. I'm gonna stand for this whole thing because this dresser's small.
Bro, we got to get you lean on the wall. Don't stand the whole time. Lean on the wall. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just like that. Welcome to GarageCon.
Thanks for having me. Is anyone actually in a garage?
Mm-hmm.
Is anyone actually in a garage?
Well, where I'm at used to be a garage years ago. But someone will be in a garage eventually. The whole idea was that you could take this anywhere. So in your garage even, and they wouldn't let me call it Bathroom Con because the whole idea was that you could take it anywhere, even the bathroom.
It's implied. I get it.
Yeah. No. So, dude, No Heroine. Since the last time you and I talked, about 3 weeks ago now?
Yeah.
Over on the Comic Book Shopping Network. And this thing has gone absolutely bat crap crazy since then.
I hope so.
It is blowing up.
Yeah. It's feeling like Dead End Kids again, which is good.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. So what is the key? I'm going to ask you a really dumb question and you're going to laugh and then we're going to move on. How do you make books that blow up all the time?
I'd start by saying I don't know that it's all the time yet. We're 2 for 2, I guess, in the last 2 years, and we'll see. This could really just be perception at this point. But honestly, just try as much shit as you can. Like, just whatever you think might get somebody's eyes on a thing, do it. Like, there's no bad idea. There's a lot of bad ideas, but there's a few good ideas. You should try those. Talking to retailers, getting people excited about the book, like letting people read the book early. That is one thing I think most people don't do enough of. They're all worried that like letting people read the book will spoil it and shit, but like just let people read it. Like, get them excited.
Right.
If they like it, you're gonna buy it for sure. And if they don't like it, you weren't gonna get their money anyway. Not that it's about money.
But I mean, it is at the end of the day about money, and that is how you get it, is by creating hype around your book. And
I don't know.
good.
No, I was just saying, like, there's not like a rocket science formula to it, honestly. Like, I thought there might be after Dead End Kids, and I tried to do a lot of that stuff again, and some of it works, some of it doesn't. The benefit of having done this 2 years in a row now is I kind of have a better sense of what works and what doesn't, but it's still, I think at the end of the day, you have to at least start with a good book. Like, and I'm not saying No Heroine's a good book, but people seem to think it is, and that helps a lot.
So let me start at the beginning. How did you come to be in comics?
What's the not 45-minute version of that story? I grew up watching the cartoons like everybody else in the 90s, Spider-Man, Batman, Ninja Turtles, the stuff that kind of came out of comic books. So I had kind of like a built-in love for it. And then one day in 1997, I was in a CVS with my mom, and I saw comics on a spinner rack when they used to exist. And I said, "Hey, can I have this?" And fate willing, she said yes. And that was my first comic. It was one of the Marvel DC mashup books from the Amalgam universe. It was Spider-Boy. So it's like Spider-Man mixed with Superboy. Super trash comic. I still own it. But that sort of went wild from there, especially when I got to high school and I started like reading at like a much higher level and could, afford things because I was working. So yeah, definitely those are the milestones along the way.
Your first book at Source Point Press was Dead End Kids, which was a book that took a lot of people by surprise. Tell us about Dead End Kids.
I can do that. I should note that was actually my second book at Source Point Press, but
it was
my first single issue comic series. Before that, I did an anthology that Source Point published called Grief that got nominated for a Ringo last year, and then kind of got the ball rolling on me being part of Source Point. But Dead End Kids was the question: how did it get started? I don't know.
I had forgotten about Grief, and now I feel bad about not asking about Grief.
Well, you can grieve over that later.
Yeah, we'll go back to it. Tell us about Dead End Kids. Give us the pitch on Dead End Kids.
All right, so it's sort of like a two-part pitch. The first part is like a 90s murder mystery. Think like Hardy Boys meets, holy crap, it's been so long since I've pitched this book, I can't remember what the pitch is. It's like Hardy Boys meets True Detective. I don't know. It's three kids in the late 90s trying to solve their friend's murder. So it's a little bit Hardy Boys. It's a little bit Stand By Me. Stand By Me meets the Hardy Boys. Saved it. But at its core, it's really about these kids who have like crappy home lives and kind of like lean on each other. So it's much more about childhood trauma than like a murder mystery. That's kind of like a secondary thought in it. So it's a deep book. It's dark. And it's got a lot of nostalgia vibe to it.
Okay. Now go back and tell us about Grief.
So Grief is
I'm going to be a really bad broadcaster for a second.
No, it's fine. I'm totally unprepared. I can't even pitch my own books. But Grief is it's a short story collection. It's 10 short stories. Each one deals with one of the 5 stages of the grieving process. So it's dealing with, denial and anger and depression and topics like that, but told through sort of comic book genre stories, monster stories, alien stories, superhero stories. And each story kind of deals with like a particular topic, like mental illness or what it's like to have a handicapped child or lose a loved one. So it's a pretty heavy book in terms of like content and tone. But I don't know, it was just my early work. Like I was just doing short stories to kind of build up my storytelling muscles and practice and try new things. And eventually I was like, shit, comics cost a ton of money to make. I need to figure out how to make some of this back. So I started working towards putting all that together as an anthology. It was on Kickstarter and did really well there. And then Andy Schmidt, who used to edit at Marvel and was one of my writing mentors, submitted it on my behalf to SourcePoint. And I was at New York Comic Con in 2017. I walked up to the SourcePoint booth to introduce myself because I was out there networking. And I was talking to Travis, and about halfway through the conversation, he says, what was your name? And I was like, oh, it's Frank Gogol. And he was like, oh, I just read your book. And I was like, nah, you've got to be thinking of somebody else. I didn't submit anything. He's like, Grief, right? I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, we're going to pick it up. And that was my first out-of-body experience.
And so you've worked with nobody but SourcePoint since Grief came out. And what's that like to have one publisher who's just behind you like that, pushing you like that?
I mean, it's awesome. Like, simply put, it's a good feeling, and it's good to know that. Let me back. I like that SourcePoint is willing to take a chance on books. Like Grief is a weird book. It's an anthology. It was written by somebody who had never published anything before. It doesn't look like a comic book on the outside. It's got this like really beautiful artwork, and it's designed, and like it's a hard sell. Like at shows, like you put that next to something like Nora or Floppy Cop. Shout out to my people just now. Like those books are pretty easy sells. People look at Grief and they're like, eh. But it still does sell really well, and the people who do buy it really love it. And we sold out the first print run in less than a year and a half, and like. It's done really well for me, and it opened the door for Dead End Kids. So knowing that SourcePoint takes chances on things and will do books that aren't like anything else out there, and give creators the freedom to make a comic that they believe in, and that's a really good feeling, and that's a big part of the reason why I keep working with them. That and they'll publish my stuff. Like it feels like it's easier to just walk up to Travis, tell him my dumb idea, and he'll be like, whatever, Frank, go away. We'll do it. Just leave me alone.
Travis looks like a pineapple today. It's great.
Oh, I bet.
He got that haircut.
He's got the tall haircut.
Well, he got the shaved sides and left the faux hawk. It just kind of was flopping all over. Looked like
I'm wearing a hat for a reason.
That right? My hairline is back here now. So let me ask you about No Heroine, because I mean that's the new hotness, as it were.
Yeah.
And I want to shout out Frank for sending me this guy. This is the Retail Relief Virgin No Heroine #1 variant cover. Extremely rare, real limited print run. And I still have to decide if I'm going to sell it or not. Because I'm really excited for this book.
I'm glad to hear it.
Tell us about No Heroine.
So back in 1997, this is going to be a long one, when I first bought my first comic book, that same year, something else that really affected me pretty deeply happened, and that was the premiere of Buffy the Vampire Slayer when I was 8 years old. And I watched Buffy, and I watched it way too young. I was in 3rd grade when it premiered. And it's to this day still probably my favorite long form story of any kind. And the storytelling on the show and Joss Whedon's storytelling sort of sensibilities have always been really just made a huge impression on me. And I knew that one day I would want to tell a Buffy story. But sort of like the reality of comics is maybe 10 people get the right Buffy, every time it goes to a new publisher. And it's pretty competitive, and it's not something I have any control over. Like I can't say I want to write Buffy and make it happen. Somebody has to approve it, and probably a lot of people have to approve it, all the way up to Joss himself. So at some point I said, I'll just tell my own version of Buffy. And that's sort of where No Heroine came from. I wanted to tell a story about a young woman who fights monsters, but that wasn't like enough for me. Like that wasn't something that had enough meat to it for me to want to get started. And then, the long story short, I landed on this idea of a young woman who's a recovering heroin addict who gets thrown into a life of fighting monsters. Not any kind of chosen one story like Buffy, but like very, very different. And given the types of books I write, darker, heavier topics, like that was sort of the last piece in the puzzle of this concept, and I kind of ran with it. That and Chris's art. Chris's art was a big part of this whole thing coming together.
Can I show people the inside of the book?
Yeah, first couple of pages is fine.
Yeah, that first panel is all I need to show them.
Yeah, I think we're getting a preview, an exclusive preview with Comic Book Resources on Wednesday or Thursday this coming week. So gotta respect the exclusive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, I want to show them Chris's art because that's in my opinion, an absolute genius. There's the first panel. The art looks so. The tone of the colors just tells as much about the story as any of the writing does, I think.
Chris's art is amazing. And we've got Shauna Mad, his daughter, on colors, and like just those two working together is just next level.
Right. Yeah, the art in the book, I think, adds to the story in a way that you don't see all the time. The way
I agree.
The way the panels lay out, the way the colors look, and all that kind of stuff, it really helps to add to that. The writing in a way that I would say the way that they shot Buffy added a lot to the writing on Buffy. In my mind, Buffy always had this sort of, this sort of look that you knew it was sci-fi from the look, but it still felt real.
Yeah, well, in terms of like the shooting technique of Buffy, like that's something that I took a lot of actually. I wouldn't say it's every episode, probably depend on the director, but it seemed like as a general storytelling principle across the series, they spend a lot of time on character moments, like just like a quick kind of lingering shot on a character reacting to something, and just adding a little more weight to it. And that's definitely something I do. Like there's just a lot of quiet panels in my books, a lot of quiet moments, and I think that it gives the story room to breathe while still being aesthetically a horror story. It's still it focuses on the sort of drama and the character stuff of the book, and that's for me those are my favorite scenes to write. Like I'm not very good at writing action. This book was actually my practice run at being better at writing action, and Chris has really helped hone those skills for me. But yeah, you read the PDF, right?
Oh yeah.
So there's the scene in the church, and that's just a really quiet, beautiful scene, and I think that's kind of the core of my storytelling.
So as a writer, who would you say are your big influences?
Definitely that Whedon guy. Rick Remender does some really great character work, and doesn't really pull a lot of punches. I respect a lot of what he does, all of what he does, and I would call him an influence. Even though it doesn't show in my work, Jonathan Hickman definitely is a big influence on how I create comics. Not so much the writing, but the idea that every comic should feel like a thing, like have body to it. Be packaged. Every back cover of my books matches in the series, and there's usually like extra logoing and branding and stuff like that. And like I took that from him, and because that's what I like in a comic. Like I like when a comic feels substantial because they cost a lot of money for what they are, and they're 20, 24 pages, and I'm always looking for ways to make that money get stretched a little further for the people who are spending their money on me, because I'm still pretty unknown. Like Dead End Kids was good to me, but I'd say 9 in 10 comic readers still don't know who I am. So I want them to get value if they're going to take a chance on my book. So
one of the things we talked about last time we spoke is that you have strong opinions and a very good eye for the graphic design of books, for the layout of books.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that a little bit.
So one of the, like the big cliches about the comic shop is that you're, as a writer, you're competing for space on the shelf, right? And if every comic looks exactly the same, it's just going to look like noise to the person looking at the books. And they're going to go for New Mutants over your titled book, whatever your title is. Yeah, new Samurais or whatever is going to be next to New Mutants. And for me, I thought really long and hard about like what catches my eye on the shelf, and it was always the Jonathan Hickman books. A lot of white space, interesting use of colors, really strong design elements, uniformity across the series. Like if you look at every cover of East of West, they're exactly the same color with a different art, but it's very strong, and you can tell it's an East of West book by just looking at it. And those are the kinds of things I want to bring to my books. So Grief had a very designed cover. It was actually modeled after the covers for Secret Warriors from Marvel. Had the white bottom half and the art above the fold, I guess, with the logo in the middle separating the two. And then for Dead End Kids, I looked at a lot of what Victor Santos had done, especially on Violent Love, his book with Frank Barbieri. And we, modeled that on that. And for No Heroine, Ahmed, the cover artist, and I really kind of developed our own kind of unique look, but borrowing elements from the covers from the other series to kind of give a sense of uniformity across the series, but also across my different works. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, and not everybody thinks about that when they think about comic books and how comic books should look. Not everybody thinks about how the layout of the graphic design part. I mean, everybody thinks about panel layout and color layout and words and text bubbles and all that kind of stuff. But if you're going to sit on a shelf, what's on the cover really needs to pop.
Yeah.
And I think it's both important and impressive that people think that you think about it.
Thanks. I don't know why more people don't think about it. Like, I am honestly shocked at how many homage covers I see. Like, I guess they sell really well. Like, I definitely see a strong reaction to, New Mutants 87, I think that's the big one, right? Yeah, homage covers, or the Hulk where he's holding up the rocks that spell out Hulk. Yeah. I think there's a mark for that, but I think there's a difference between selling a bunch of variants and selling a bunch of your book. If having a really strong cover is the key to getting somebody who doesn't know about the book to buy it, that's the key to selling the book outright. It's what helps with sell-through on the retailer end. It's what gets people's attention when you're doing marketing for the book. And look, I don't have all the answers. I'm not saying that this is exactly how it works. This is just how I approach it, and it's working for me.
Yeah. Where can people go right now to buy? Grief is out of print, correct?
Yeah, I have a handful of copies that I've been kind of trickling out over the last couple of months because they're the ones that are left. And there's a second printing coming, but for all intents and purposes, you can't get it right now.
Right now. But where can people get Dead End Kids, and where can people pre-order No Heroine? Because that wraps up. Did that wrap up this week?
So let me answer those in order. So if you want to read Dead End Kids, the trade came out on March 25th, which was the last new comic book day before everything kind of shut down for a while. So the trade is still available. Any retailers can pre-order it for you. It's not even a pre-order now. They could just order it for you, and I think it'll get to you in 2 weeks. You can go on the SourcePoint Press website and order it and buy it directly from the publisher. I even have some copies. If you want to reach out to me, if you want a signed copy or whatever, just people can reach out to me, and I can sell it to you for the same cost and plus shipping. And then No Heroine is it actually got pushed back one more week, so the cutoff to order the book is next Friday now. I had thought it was yesterday, but it turns out Diamond pushed it one more week. Things are constantly in flux right now, so that was expected, but yeah. So that's the most up-to-date information. So you can still get it from your LCS. You can go to Nexus or Space Cadets or whatever your local comic shop is, and they'll be able to pull it for you. I will say that given like everything going on in the world with coronavirus and you know it being still early days of shops opening back up, we don't know how many copies are going to get ordered. It feels like it's going to be significant, but it could be a lot more or a lot less than we're expecting. So we did print the run ahead of the purchase orders coming in, so there are a finite amount of them. And if the orders are more than we were expecting, it's going to be really hard to get a hold of this book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, it's sort of the best option.
Yeah, no, I mean it's one of those things is that when I was pre-ordering the book for myself, I you know, the message I had gotten was, hey, it's kind of a lower print run. You know, we'll print more, but right now it's going to be a little low print run.
Yeah.
So like I ordered conservatively to make sure there's enough for everybody, and now I'm like, I think I'm gonna need more copies. So
you got a week to change your mind.
Yeah, well, there was an email sent directly to SourcePoint going, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and put in my second order. You know,
yeah,
get that taken care of.
Yeah, and yeah, it's things are changing. I feel confident that people will be able to get a copy if they want one. But I'd rather kind of put a little fire under everyone's ass and say you might miss it and be wrong later to make sure that they get the pre-order in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, pre-order. Make sure you get a copy. But hold on. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. I don't know an Audrey.
Dan's pretty terrible at social media, so we're just going to leave it that Dan put that in there and has no idea what he's talking about. So, is there a person in the industry that you would love to work with that you haven't worked with yet?
I mean, I've got like a long list of people. I think my answers are going to be different than the average person or the average creators. I think most writers have a list of artists and maybe colorists, and I think most artists have a list of writers. I have a list of editors who I'd like to work with. I think I'm a pretty good writer, but I definitely have tons of room to grow as a writer and different things that I can learn. And I sort of have a list of editors who I think are good at those specific things. So like at the top of the list is Daphne Plebin over at Boom. She edits on the Power Rangers books and some of the creator-owned OGNs and stuff like that. And, you know, OGNs are one place I want to go eventually, you know, kind of just do one and done, release all in one batch kind of things. And she's got a really good eye for graphic novels over, you know, serialized publications. And you know, I would obviously also like to write the Power Rangers book, so that would be a twofer. I also think Bobby Curnow over at IDW, who does the Ninja Turtle stuff and a lot of the creator-owned stuff there, I think he's got an incredible eye for like long-form storytelling. I mean, if you've read any of the Turtle stuff, yeah, they seed stuff 50 issues ahead and really cultivate it, and like there's a plan there, and he's the guy who's sort of orchestrating all that, and that's a skill that I wish that I was better at. You know, I've never done like a 2-volume series or 3 arcs in a row, and that's something also I'd like to work towards.
You talked about your love for Buffy, and you just mentioned Power Rangers, and I know you've been hunting Power Rangers books this week, which has been fun for me to watch because oh, okay. Dan commented he was throwing shade at somebody from a half an hour ago, and then this. Everybody just ordered Frank's Comics, which is true, which is what we're trying to get to.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have I think the things that people our age find nostalgic now, Power Rangers and that kind of stuff, really heavily influences you. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah. I mean, that's not how I view it, but I definitely think that's like a fair, like the difference here is I'm not thinking back on Buffy and Power Rangers. I'm still watching them, like in real time. So yeah, but yeah, I am definitely taking advantage of people's nostalgia, I guess.
Well, I mean, so I guess my question is, if you could take a property from when we were a kid, and you just said Power Rangers, so I'm going to eliminate Power Rangers and Ninja Turtles.
Okay.
And you could adapt it for comics. What would it be?
I feel like there's some really good stuff out there that is ripe for a reboot or a revisit. My buddy David Pepos, who does Spencer and Locke over at Action Lab and Going to the Chapel, he's got a pretty good pitch that he and I have kicked around a couple times. It's mostly his pitch, but I've added for Captain Planet, and I feel like that would be a pretty good one. Yeah,
man, we need to bring back Captain Planet on TV. I'm just saying.
I feel like Captain Planet's more important now than ever, too.
Right.
Captain Planet. I think Street Sharks would be the one I would go for. It's a Ninja Turtles clone, obviously, so that's kind of cheating. But I don't know. I feel like it would be big, dumb fun, but like there's room to tell a good story there still. And that was kind of like the missing link when it was on TV. It was just kind of big, dumb fun. Double Dragon would be fun.
Have you seen the book? It's Radioactive Adolescent Karate Hamsters.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a place for taking things that we dug as kids, just modifying them slightly and making them new.
Well, I mean, that's how we got Turtles. I mean, Turtles is just a ripoff of Daredevil. Yeah.
Right. I mean, no, it's true. It's one of those things is that, I think that having that nostalgia and having it be, no heroin definitely feels like a Buffy story in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
And, I appreciate that. I think having that influence really makes a book more accessible. Is where I was going with all this.
I think that it's one thing to do something purposefully nostalgic, and that's fine. That's one thing. I think taking something that echoes and calls back to something you love and making it your own is the sort of level up, and that's what we tried to do with No Heroine. Like if you read No Heroine, you can say, yeah, this is like Buffy, but you would never, I hope, say, this is a dude trying to tell a Buffy story. It's its own thing.
Right. I mean, in my mind, what I'm saying is I could see Sarah Michelle Gellar in that role is what I'm saying. Like it feels reminiscent.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like a new pair of shoes. Like it's the same.
Yeah.
It's a shoe, but it's a different brand, but it's comfortable because shoes are all the kind of the same shape.
Right. And it's one of those things. I was talking to another creator last week, and it's one of the things I do when I read books is in my brain, try and hear voices of actors or people I know playing the roles. And that's where my brain automatically went. And one of the other characters, I'm not going to tell you who, and I'm not going to tell you who the actor is, but I could hear a very distinct actor voice playing one of the vampires in the story. And I think if I tell you who, you'll totally get it. But
I think I already guessed.
But
we'll keep it to ourselves.
No, but it's one of those things is that, I think that makes books accessible. And I had kind of had the same reaction to Dead End Kids is that I'm reading it and I can hear voices of people from my own life in the characters. And I think that's something that you do really well as a writer. When you read comics, how do you access them? Are you looking at it as a writer, or when you read, do you try and put your own self into the stories?
It depends on the book. I read a lot, which means I have to read fast if I want to keep up. Like I read most of what Marvel puts out. Up until recently, I was reading a lot of DC, but they've kind of cut all the titles that I was super interested in. And I read a lot of sort of Image, IDW, Dark Horse, sort of independent stuff. And depending on the book, I'll read faster or slower. Like Spider-Man. I've read pretty much every issue of Spider-Man at this point, and I know the voices, like how I hear them, and when I read a Spider-Man book, I'm not really looking for it to be more. Like it's kind of just a piece of entertainment, right? Like it's Spider-Man. He's doing the Spider-Man thing, end of issue. But when I read a book like Kanto or Ghost Tree. Those are a couple books that IDW put out last year. I'm reading more for the structure and seeing what like kind of my peers or the people who are a little bit ahead of me are doing. So I guess when it comes to creator-owned stuff, I pay a little more attention because I think there's more love there, and the production times are a bit longer, so they can try different things. Whereas Spider-Man, it's like, here's 20 more pages of Spider-Man every month for the last 80 years. So I just kind of take it in stride. That's not to say that like I don't look at superhero and big two comics sometimes. Like I definitely, when I was learning action scenes to write No Heroine, I definitely looked at some fight scenes from X-Men and stuff like that to see kind of what the cadence of a fight scene is and what I could kind of steal. Yeah, so I mean it's kind of the way like you would. It's like looking at like a great piece of literature versus like a piece of smut writing. One's a guilty pleasure and you just kind of read it to read it. The other one you read it because you know it's great and you want to take something away from it. I don't know. That's probably not the best version of that answer. I'd have to think about it some more.
No, that's fair. I mean, and that's kind of what I was asking is, you are a fan of these things. Is it's, and I wanted to know, do you access them that way? And it sounds like you do. Is it still are able to read for pleasure? Yeah,
and there's one huge drawback to being a writer or a creator, I think, and it's that you kind of can't turn it off. I can't remember the last time I watched anything purely for enjoyment's sake without sitting there and trying to figure out like what the act structure is, how they got that emotional impact from that scene. I can't really turn it off. So it's been a long time since I've watched anything kind of purely. The one exception to that is like once or twice a year, I'll watch one of the Transformers movies because they're just so thin and vapid that there's nothing to take from them. And I can just have a pure moment, even if it's not a good experience, it's pure. And yeah,
you mean run explosion, run hot chick, run explosion isn't a solid plot line?
I mean, no, but each one of them makes $1 billion or more. So there's something there. And if I watch it enough times, I'll absorb it once I figure out what that thing is.
Right. Now I'm going to argue with them. So right now, if you head over to sourcepoint.press, you can find all of Frank's stuff. You can find the Dead End Kids trade in the graphic novel section. You can pre-order No Heroine in the pre-order section. Links for that are on GarageCon.com under the GarageCon link. I really should have come up with a better name for that. I'm gonna struggle with that all day. So GarageConLive.com. Click on GarageCon links, and the links for it are there. I know No Heroine is just coming out. Are you looking forward to the next project, or are you just kind of living in the moment with this one right now?
No, I try to work as far ahead as possible. So like when I pitched Dead End Kids to Travis 2 years ago, it was done already. I like to be in a position where nobody can change my story. Like nobody can come in and be like, well, this doesn't work for me. I don't want to be in that position. And B, it's so much easier to say yes to something that's done than it is to something that's just a pitch. Like if you bring somebody that's something that's ready to print, it's so much easier to get the yes. And we didn't do that with No Heroine, and I'm paying the price. But we'll be fine. So I am, right before we started talking, I was finishing up the revisions on the third script for Dead End Kids 2. So that'll be out, depending on how the world goes, maybe in the winter. If not next spring. We might push it back a little. We're still talking about it. And I am plotting out the story for the book after that, which I plan to start writing next month, which is kind of a Power Rangers meets Alien mashup. Just imagine if the Xenomorph got loose in the Power Rangers Megazord and then let your mind wander. It's going to be great. I'm very excited about it. It's my first sort of big sci-fi book.
Nice. I love it. I got 3 texts while we were talking about that because I couldn't say GarageCon.live properly. GarageCon.live, GarageCon.live, GarageCon.live. All the links for Frank stuff is there. All the links for all of our guests today are there under the GarageCon links section. Okay, now maybe she'll leave me alone.
You got 8 more hours of this, you'll make it.
Yeah, something like that. 8 more hours. Yeah. So, where can people? Because we're running short on time here. Basically, we're up against Facebook's kick you out of being live deadline here. So, where could I want to get it in before we lose anything? Where can people find you on the socials?
Okay. So I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Everything is just my name. So it's Facebook/Frank Gogol, one word, Twitter.com/Frank Gogol, one word, Instagram.com/Frank Gogol, one word. All my handles are at Frank Gogol, one word, FrankGogol. Those are all good and well. Follow me wherever you want. If you really want to support a creator, and this doesn't just apply to me, and that creator does an email list, I highly suggest you sign up for the newsletter before worrying about social media, because it's direct to the inbox. There's no algorithm that determines whether you see it or not, and they tend to be pretty well done. All the ones I subscribe to are really good. But I do a newsletter, and I can give you the link for that after we're done. Yeah, it's twice a month newsletter called Caption Boxes. It talks about what I'm working on. We were talking about No Heroin, I think 2 years ago in there. So it's definitely gets some news out before things are announced. We do exclusive covers for people who are collectors in there. I try to make it worthwhile to have people give me their email address and let me sort of into their inbox twice a month. So that's by far the best way to keep up with me, and the one I would suggest most. But if you want to do Twitter, you want to do Instagram, that's fine. If you want to shoot me a Facebook friend request, I got nothing against nobody who doesn't have a swastika up in their profile pic, and I'm happy to connect and engage with people wherever.
So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we got that in case something should happen, because that's what's really important, is getting your information in front of people. But let's go back to No Heroin for a minute. There are a ton of really dope covers for this book. Talk about that. I mean, I know Jen King at Space Cadets has an exclusive, which I already ordered.
Can I share my screen?
You should be able to, yeah.
So because I have a folder that's got them all in it. And I think they're all announced at this point.
At the bottom of your screen, is there a share screen button?
Yeah, I just gotta
hit that.
Open that folder. So let's do this. Share screen.
And then, that's not what I want. I want that. There we go. So whenever you hit share, it should pop up.
Cool. It is not highlighted that I can share.
Let me see.
I got it. There we go.
All right.
So here are all of the covers and back covers for the book. So here's the exclusive that you own or may sell, deciding. This was the art for our announcement variant that Chris Callahan did. There is a trade dress version of it that we had created for Emerald City Comic Con, and when that got canceled, we still wanted to make the announcement, so we released it on my website, and it went crazy. I think it sold out in like 6 minutes, and then we did the Virgin version that you have as like a retailer relief variant to raise money to donate to comic shops and to donate product to comic shops, and that sold out in like 2 minutes. That did really well. Let's see, we've got this guy right here, which is one of my favorites if it's going to open. This one was done for One Stop Comics and oh god, what's the other shop? This was the joint one, Groundbreaking Comics. And it was done by, I'm going to say his last name wrong, I'm sure, but Joseph Schmackel. He does a lot with Mad Cave and is just really just talented and really knocked it out of the park with this one. Sorry about saying your name wrong, Joe. Let's see. This guy, this is another one I like a lot. It's got really great colors. This one was done for Hip Hop Comics, which I think is a Canadian retailer. Let's see if this guy will load. But yeah, these streams really slow my computer down a whole bunch.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me see if I can.
Well, it's there.
I can't zoom in on it.
Yeah. Yeah,
so there's that one, and then
I'm failing over here.
Yeah.
But we'll keep technology. It's great.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So yeah. No, I don't think it's gonna work. But anyway, these are all the covers. Just real quick. This one was for Hip Hop Comics. This white one over here is by Zoe Lachey. She
All right, guys. If you, Frank, if you can hear me, we're losing you a little bit. I don't know if we've overloaded your internet or your computer or what's happening, but we'll hang here until you pop back, till you come back. We'll remind people while we're waiting for Frank to unfreeze that if you go to garagecon.live, you can find links to all of Frank's stuff. Dead End Kids, No Heroin from Source Point Press. If you go over there, and then they will have all that information. We may have them. We may have them. We may have them. You're back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. I guess we killed my computer.
That happens.
All right. But point is, there are a lot of dope covers. And we've got just an incredible retailer incentive one that I wanted to do to sort of thank retailers for taking a chance on the book. And that's done by Ben Templesmith, who did a cover for Dead End Kids last year. And I got to know him, and he's just fantastic. And you can't do a vampire book without including Ben, because he's the king of vampires. So so there are a lot of dope covers.
One of the things I want to talk about is that you, as part of Source Point Press, I mean, I want to give everybody credit, but you really led a charge when all this went down, supporting local comic book shops. You were sending out bundles of your own books and things like that. You did the retail relief variant, all of that kind of stuff. First of all, thank you for doing that. And second of all, can you tell us about that process and what that was and how you came to that?
Yeah. So that whole thing really is like when I was younger, especially like for the first 19, 20 years of my life, I struggled with a lot of things, having parents who were addicts and just, life wasn't really good to me, but there was always sort of people there to help me along the way. And then I remember in my early 20s, Hurricane Sandy hit, and it was more of the same. And it's always been important to me that if I can help somebody, help them, because that's so many people were there for me. And these days, in my early 30s, I'm married and happy and have a roof over my head and a good job, and like things are really good, and I'm in a position to do more. And I always wanted to be doing stuff if I can for people, and retailers I know are struggling particularly hard right now, as are creators, but there are a lot more creators than retailers. But I wanted to see if I can find ways to help everybody stay afloat, even if it's a little bit. I mean, like a drop in a bucket is still better than nothing. So I just started brainstorming ideas for like what I could do personally. Being that Source Point Press is such a small company and that the creators are a big part of the company, I was able to sort of stimulate some change there to get things off the ground. So we did a couple of things. The first thing was I called Travis and I said, hey, can we do something to help retailers get really cheap product right now? They need product because they're not getting any stuff from Diamond right now. Like, how can we just put together a bundle of like 6 books, 8 books, and sell it to them at the lowest possible cost, so that way they have product cheap and we're not, bleeding money because of it. And we were talking about that for a while, and what we landed on was a better option, a better idea would be to see if we can fundraise some money to pay for the books so we can give the books to retailers. So between a few people, myself included, we ended up raising $7,000, something like that, pretty quickly, like in a couple days, through some very generous donations and some hustle. And we were able to take that money, pay for the stock, the cost of printing it and shipping it, and just give the books to retailers. And that's been really awesome because people I don't know have been just shooting me messages to say thanks. Retailers I'd never met or heard of, and now I'm connected with. And yeah, that's been pretty gratifying. So that was sort of like the group effort. And then on my own, I had just received like 100 copies of Dead End Kids, sort of my comp copies and the copies I bought from my website, like the day before all this started happening. And I had a whole bunch of copies of Grief and some leftover odd issues of Dead End Kids. And I was like, what can I do with these? Like, so I just started putting together bundles and sending them to comic shops that I knew who I saw on Facebook were struggling and didn't have new product coming in. And just, I think before I ran out, we had done just over 100 bundles out. So that was pretty cool. And like I said, like I'm in a comfortable position to be doing it. I had to pay for the shipping, I had to pay for the product, but like it didn't feel like a big deal. Like it was important to me.
Right.
And then the more selfish of the three was the retailer relief variant, which raised money to pay for bundles because I had sort of reached what I could do myself, but also put the variant in a few shops to bring money directly into the shops. And I say that was selfish because it promoted the book a little bit, but that wasn't the point. But I definitely recognized that it did. So yeah, I mean, I've been throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, but like a lot of it is sticking, and it seems like we've been able to help a lot of people, and then that's all I really care about.
So one of the things we're doing this weekend is we're doing the charity art auction. I'm going to take a second away from you and plug something else we did. We had the drink and draw last night. There's a charity art auction live on the Cherry Capital Comic Con Facebook page, which a lot of the stuff that was done last night at the drink and draw was donated to. And all that money is going to Back the Comeback, which is the comics industry's fund with Jeppy Family Enterprises and Diamond and Alliance Games. And all the money from Back the Comeback goes directly to local comic shops to help them recover from all of this. And so all the money we raise from the charity art auction is going to that as well. It's kind of going to the same idea. It's let's take what we can do, this little bit we can do, and put it to use directly helping local comic shops. So if you're watching and you haven't checked that out, go over to garagecon.live and there's a link for the charity art auction. And if nothing else, because I'm sure he's watching, make sure you bid up the Silver Surfer piece on Mike from Cherry Capital. So from Top Comics, he wants it. Make sure you bid it up. Thanks again for doing that. Like those bundles were really dope. And I know you reached out to me, and I sent you to some of my friends who, were in a situation and they needed more than I did at the time. And I know they really appreciated that. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for taking a lead on that.
Hey, you're welcome. It's like I said, I've had a lot of people help me, and it would not be right if I didn't try and pay that forward.
So one last time, it's Frank Gogol on all the social medias, Source Point Press to buy the books. I will get a link for where you can sign up for Frank's newsletter and post that on garagecon.live in the GarageCon links section so people can sign up for the newsletter. Frank, last thing here. Why don't you go ahead and one more time give everybody the pitch, the elevator pitch for No Heroine. You have 1 week. So Friday of next week, pre-orders are done. So you have 1 week to listen to this pitch and then go pre-order the book.
All right. So No Heroine is what you would get if you crossed kind of Buffy the Vampire Slayer with Tank Girl. It's got drugs, it's got vampire, it's punk rock, it's super brutal. But at its core, it's a book about a young woman dealing with the recovery phase of addiction and trying to make amends for all the terrible shit she did when she was an addict, and not being very good at the hero business. But she wants to do well. So if you like Buffy, it's got a lot of Buffy to it. If you like Dead End Kids or Grief and read my stuff before, it's definitely in line with all that. Or if you're just looking for a dope new comic at a time when there aren't a lot of new books coming out.
Go ahead. My computer freaked out.
That's it. I mean, if you like Buffy, if you like Dead End Kids, if you want an awesome comic and you like vampires, like any of those will do well. As far as I know, the orders are going to be really strong, and there could be like Dead End Kids an availability issue. So just go get that pre-order and make sure that you get your copy. And if you like the Ben Templesmith one, or if you like Ben Templesmith's art, try and grab that retailer incentive cover too. It's 1 in 5, so it's not too hard.
Yes, reach out to your local comic book shop and make sure that they order enough copies to get it for you.
Yeah,
because that's the retailer incentive, right?
Yes, sir. 1 in 5.
So yep. So you got to make sure your local comic shop orders at least 5 copies so that you can get that cover.
And then make sure you buy one to read.
Right, you've got to buy 2 copies, like period. I think I'm going to wind up with many, many more copies than that, just because I want one of all the covers, and I'm that kind of guy. So
I'll make that happen for you. We'll figure it out.
So thank you, Frank, for being here. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all you're doing. Make sure you go pre-order No Heroine now before it sells out.
Thank you for having me, and I echo the sentiment. Go pre-order the book.
All right, we are going to right now. We're going to take a quick little 15-minute break. We have a video message from the people at Back the Comeback, which I'm going to show you, and then we will be back right after that with our next guests, Stephanie Menard and Tara Meslowski. Thanks, Frank. We'll see you soon, buddy.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me pull this up here and go like that. And audio. See, to do this is going to take me not an insignificant amount of work. What's up, GarageCon? It's me, it's Kyle, and joining me right now is Ashton Greenwood, one of the hosts of Previews World Weekly, which you can find on the Previews World website. That's right?
Yeah, correct.
I'm always happy when I get
Nailed
things
it.
right that I didn't write down. She is here to talk to us about the comic industry's response to coming back from the COVID-19 pandemic, Back the Comeback. So, Ashton, tell us a little bit about Back the Comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. So Back the Comeback is an initiative, a campaign, whatever you want to call it, that we started as a partnership between Diamond Comic Distributors and Alliance Game Distributors to support local comic book and game stores as they begin to recover from the pandemic, as they begin to reopen, and really want to galvanize fans to show their love and their support for comic book stores, because that's really like a community for all of us. That's a hub that we all rely on. And so we've kicked it off with a social media challenge. Steve Jeffy, CEO of Jeffy Family Enterprises and founder, kicked it off with a social media message challenging 5 people in the comic industry to shout out their local comic shop and then tag 5 friends to do the same. And we really wanted to build this into like a social media wide challenge, asking everybody to support their comic shops and to support them in whatever that means for their particular state. So if you can go in at limited capacity to do that, to exercise social distancing and do it safely, or to utilize your curbside delivery or mail order options if maybe you can't go into stores yet in your particular state. So we're really trying to get people to support stores however they possibly can, because they've always been there for us. So we want to be there for them now.
Absolutely. I mean, it has taken off as a social media challenge. I've been tagged alone like 5 or 6 times. It's
no way.
It's one of those things is that this comic book store friend tags me, and then this customer of mine tags me, and then this artist friend of mine tags me. It's like, okay, I'm gonna do.
It's snowball.
I got to do 5 different ones now. You're challenging my creativity, but I'm gonna do it.
Right.
I'm very excited. So, Back to Comeback is directly helping LCSs and LGSs, local comic and local game stores, with their response. How can people? This is a super important thing. How can people, if they want to help?
Sure. So there's a ton of different ways you can get involved. The most basic boots on the ground way is just go to your local comic shop and buy something. Buy a comic, buy a game, buy a set of dice, buy a trade paperback, anything. The other way is we have these fancy t-shirts. Can't see it because my hair's in the way. But we have these fancy t-shirts that say our comeback will be bigger than our setback, and you can find those at backtocomeback.com. And when you purchase one, the proceeds go directly to one of 3 different charities, the Jack Vasel Memorial Fund, CBLDF, or the Book Industry Charitable Fund. And all of those charities will be funneling that money to struggling game shops and comic shops to help them kind of rebuild and get some relief following that. And then finally, later this summer in July, we'll be kicking off a charity auction through Diamond International Galleries, and all of the money raised through that charity auction will also be going towards comic shops and game stores.
Interesting. I know several of my friends have benefited from the Bink Book Industry Charitable Foundation support already. And the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund is something we've long supported in my store, because I think that's important. Who came up with the logo for Back to Comeback? I know the answer, but I want to shout this person out.
Oh, okay. So, Josh Jeffy partnered with some former Marvel friends to come up with it. And do you want to give them their shout out?
Well, I wanted to shout out Josh because he's the one who introduced us and put us together. And it's probably good that he sent you, because if he showed up, we'd have just done nothing but talk about baseball, and we would have never gotten around to the we would have just talked about who's going to be at the bottom of the American League, his Orioles or my Tigers. So,
the Orioles.
I don't know. The Tigers are pretty bad this year. If there's a season, they're pretty bad.
Okay, good to know.
Yes. So I ordered my shirt through backtocomeback.com. All that money goes to those foundations, and then those foundations will decide how the money comes out of the comic book stores. Right? Okay. So what is the goal? What's the dream goal of Back to Comeback?
Wow. Okay, that's a great question. So really, that's a big question, but I'll tackle it the best I can. So the dream goal of Back to Comeback is really that these local comic book stores and these local game stores that are a hub of our community would come out of this pandemic where nearly all of the shops were shut down at some point, I'm assuming, amid different stay-at-home orders and all of that. So the dream goal is that coming out of those stay-at-home orders, as restrictions begin to ease, that these stores would not only recover to maybe where they were before, but to be stronger than that, to have more customers, to have more product, to build their communities bigger, to come back, and to not only come back, but to flourish beyond that.
Awesome. So let's take a break from the business at hand for a minute, and let's talk.
Okay.
Let's talk a little. How did you come to be in the comics world?
Ooh, okay. So, to just be like a fan, or to be working at Diamond, or
all of the above?
Okay. So, my family treats Star Wars like it's a religion, like truly, honestly. So, from the time of infancy, I was like, there we go. I was destined to be a Star Wars nerd. So that was kind of like my first thing. And it's like, I don't have a memory of not knowing anything about Star Wars. Like, it was always a thing. So that was kind of like, that was like my main introduction into nerd culture, if you will. And then my introduction into comic book culture came when The Walking Dead came out on AMC, the TV series. And then I realized several episodes in that it was based off of a comic. And so then I searched it out initially as digital comics and then later on as trades because it was pretty far in by that time. So I had gotten several trades. And then like coming to work at Diamond, it's a Baltimore-based company, so I kind of like luckily stumbled into it. It's like somewhat of a dream job to be able to just like talk about this stuff all day long and to like talk to people that are also super interested. I run the Free Comic Book Day social media account, so that is like one of my favorite parts of the job is just sit on those accounts and like nerd out with everybody.
It's funny because like when we first started our Instagram, all I was redoing was resharing the Free Comic Book Day Instagram posts because I didn't know how to use Instagram yet. And I'm like,
right.
At least there's somebody who knows what they're doing. I'm just going to share this over and over and over again.
That's a compliment.
Yeah. Well, it's also a testament to how inept I am at modern social media. So I'm like, can we promote the store on LinkedIn? Is that a thing we can do? So
you could do that. You could.
I just downloaded TikTok. I have no idea what it is. So.
Oh my God.
No. So
a week from now, you will not be able to get off of that app.
I imagine that to be true. There's talking dogs, so I'm in. So, what has been the highlight of your time working at Diamond, working with previews? Do you have one moment that's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this happened?
Do you know what? It has to be going to San Diego Comic-Con because that was such a bucket list item. And when my boss asked me, he was like, "Do you want to go?" I was like, I had to literally constrain myself from being like, yes, and like breaking out in a dance and getting to go there was insane. It's absolutely larger than life in all of the ways you could imagine.
Yeah, San Diego is absolutely nuts. Sad that San Diego had to cancel this year, but like everything else, it will come back. That's part of why we're doing what we're doing this weekend with GarageCon, which is replacing. Not replacing, is stepping up into the void left by a couple of local comic book conventions that are normally back to back.
Okay.
That were canceled. One of the facilities is currently being used as a hospital. So it's like, it's one of those things is that we look at our creator friends and they're like, oh, we wish we had conventions. We wish we had conventions. And then you look at what they're doing in that convention center going, that's more important. So let's do what we can do in our way. So we're doing GarageCon. And one of the things that we're doing at GarageCon is so last night was our drink and draw, as this airs Saturday morning and throughout the show or throughout GarageCon. It would have been Friday night was our drink and draw. And everyone, many of the people who participated in the drink and draw are donating the art to a charity art auction, and all of the money is going to Back the Comeback. So we're going to take all the money we raise from that and just throw it at Back the Comeback to support comic book stores who need it. Luckily, the two stores that are bringing you GarageCon, Top Comics in Traverse City and the Nexus 419 in Toledo, have been very blessed to come out of this less scathed than many of our friends in the industry. So we're going to pass the blessing on and donate the charity auction funds directly to Back the Comeback so they can go to stores that desperately need it. So what am I missing about Back the Comeback? What one thing do you want people to know about that I've completely blanked on?
Ooh. I don't know that you really blanked on anything. I mean, if anything, I just really want to hammer home the point of like support your comic shop. Like there are a lot of comic shops out there. We do a show on Previous World called Comic Talk. We had on Steve Anderson from Third Eye Comics today, and he was talking about a lot of the creative solutions that they've had to come up with to keep getting comics out. And so, shops are really out there like doing everything they can to make sure you get the stuff that you love. So it's just a great opportunity to return the favor, really.
Yeah. I'm really excited. One of the things that I was super excited for when I first read about was that this was coming from Jeppy Family Enterprises and Diamond and Alliance and all of these things, which, so much of our industry is tied to the success of those businesses that it's great that we can all go to one place and push forward from one place, with the help of literally the entire industry.
Right. And that's the thing, like this is an industry-wide thing. We're all doing it together. Like it's not just Diamond Alliance and Jeppy Family Enterprises. It goes all the way down to the fans, like comic book readers, it hits retailers, then you have like creators themselves and publishers. Like everybody's out there pushing as hard as they can for this because we all want shops to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ashton, where can people find you on the socials? Where can they find Back to Comeback on the socials? Where do they need to go when they leave from this place to make sure they're up to date on everything?
Yeah, so you can find me on Free Comic Book Day on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. I'm on there participating in some silliness since Free Comic Book Day is on hold. And then Back to Comeback also on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Shout out your shop, tag Back to Comeback, use hashtag Back to Comeback, and I will find you. I will share your posts. And I think you can head to backtocomeback.com to get your shirt and find all of the other ways that you can support the cause.
Cool. Head to backtocomeback.com and check out everything there. Buy your shirts. They're really cool. Like I said, I ordered mine. It should be here soon, I hope. And we will continue to Back to Comeback, and we will continue with all the hope that we have for the future of comic book stores. Comic shops aren't going anywhere. And if you Back to Comeback, you can make sure that you're a part of making sure that never happens. So thank you, Ashton, for being here. Thank you for being a part of GarageCon. Thank you for this information. We're gonna push this real hard all weekend and make sure that we've got this on lock. One more time, hashtag Jimmy Fallon style, hashtag Back to Comeback. And thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if that went through. But that was our message from our friends at Back to Comeback. Stay tuned. In about 30 seconds from now, we will be right back with Tara Maslowski and Stephanie Menard and Amanda for our next segment. This feed, if you're watching, will cut out. Just refresh the page you're watching on, and we will be right back.